good because play is going to be starting at 12 o'clock. If you look at the electronic scoreboards, you can see that means we now have 80 overs remaining in the day. A readjustment to the interval times. Lunch will now be taken at 20 past 1. Tea will be taken at 10 to 4. And the close of play is now at 6 o'clock this evening, or whenever those 80 overs have been completed in the day's quota. If you weren't here when the toss took place at 10 o'clock, the news is that Yorkshire have won the toss. They're batting first. And just a reminder of the two teams. The Glamorgan team is as follows: Eddie Byram, Zainul Hassan, Colin Ingram, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, Chris Cook, Ben Kellaway, Andy Gorvin, James Harris and Jamie McIlroy. Yorkshire: Adam Lyne, Finley Dean, Shanda Sooth, James Warden, George Hill, Jonathan Tattersall, Matt Redis, Dom Bess, Jordan Thompson, Ben Cliff and Ben Coate. So, when play gets underway at 12 o'clock, we'll have 80 overs with Yorkshire batting first. further news following that short shower. Play will now be starting at 12:10. Lunch will be taken at 1:30. Tea at 4:05. The close of play is still at 6:00, or as you can see on the electronic scoreboards, when the quota of 78 overs have been bowled. So Yorkshire will be commencing their first innings when play gets underway at 12:10.
And for the benefit of people tuning in at 12 o'clock and expecting the play to be underway, we've got another slight delay here in Cardiff, but we will have play scheduled in 10 minutes time at 12:10. Glamorgan against Yorkshire. The visitors, Yorkshire, have won the toss and chosen to bat first. The first session will run between 12:10 and 1:30 for a lunch. So we'll be back with commentary. Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds, Edward Bevan, myself, Nick Webb, at just before 12:10.
Frequented the summer house cafe. Oh, very nice. Rich? All right, thank you. You all right? Yeah, good. Richard, you're the best one. I'm in Worcestershire. I might, if the weather's any good and some on it for Worcester, I'll be in anyway. Oh, there should be something unless they lose next week or something. Yeah, I think still is a change. I think the main dangers are Sussex. I'll tell you why, because they finish the way to Derbyshire at home to Gloucestershire, whereas Worcester left at round Yorkshire and Durham. And I still think Yorkshire is the second best team. But we've lost so many players. I mean, Charlie Morris is retired, Grange, Derbyshire, Cox, Worcestershire. The three to knock. There is money in the budget. But I'm one of these. I want to go up because I think unless you play to go up, you might as well not play.
Oh yes, you think so. Then you worry about staying up when you get.
Well, yeah, we've got to have some ambition. So I'm hoping we go up.
But the way they performed against you,
yeah,
I can't believe they're in the frame.
No. But the difference is since then, the 3 games, well, the 3 that we played, 2 have been on result.
Yeah. It's been a tipping in it.
Good afternoon. All right.
Yes, nice. A stranger from the past. The ghost of seasons past. Decided to do another try. You won't ask. So,
Yeah, left and right.
Oh, he's got a fraction. There he is.
It's Freehand. Good afternoon to our two match umpires, Peter Hartley and Mark Newell.
Good afternoon and welcome to Sophia Gardens then for this County Championship Division 2 game between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, where we are about to get underway after a rain delay. Yorkshire won the toss and chose to bat first. It is still cloudy here at Sophia Gardens, and Glamorgan out on the field as heralded by our public address announcer, Dr. Hignell. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Jonathan Deutsch, representing the various BBC stations of the Fair County. Afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon, Nick. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, good that we've got some cricket at last, after what was a scorching day down here on arrival in Cardiff yesterday. You couldn't believe, really, that those sort of conditions could turn to what we've seen this morning. It felt like rain was the last thing that was going to happen this morning. It was quite muggy out there, and I walked out with you before the toss was made at the usual time, 10 o'clock, and it felt like a bowling day to me. Heavy skies, a bit of rain around, and obviously the pitch is used, so Shan Masood, on winning the toss, decided to take first use of the pitch. You can see from our angle a few floors up that there are green tinges on it, and it certainly, there was a fair bit of grass on. It looked like it was sort of a dead pitch, really, and I think that grass might just sap a bit of life out of the ball. I don't think it'll be easy to bat on, but he said he wanted to take the attacking option.
Well, the Glamorgan side shows just the one change from the match at Worcestershire, where, as previously reported, Tim van der Hoogten is out with a hamstring injury, and Andy Gorvin wins the vote to replace him ahead of Dan Douthwaite. Yorkshire one change too. Ben Cliff in for Matt Fisher. Jamie McIlroy then to open up bowling to Adam Lyth, and that first ball is defended up to mid-on Ul Hassan fields, and there is no run. So Glamorgan lineup: Ul Hassan, Byram, Ingram, Northeast, Carlson, Root, Cook the keeper, Callaway, Harris, Gorvin and McIlroy. And the Yorkshire team, Jonathan?
Yep, Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, Shan Masood, James Wharton, George Hill, Jonathan Tattersall, Don Bess, Jordan Thompson, Ben Code, and on his first-class debut, Ben Cliff.
So McIlroy is in to bowl, and Lyth plays it into the offside to Callaway at point, and there is no run. So debutant on the Yorkshire side in this form of the game. You seen anything of him in the list day that he's played?
Yeah, he's played a couple. Probably a work in progress, I think, but that's what you expect.
McIlroy bowls, bit of movement off the pitch. Lyth plays no shot.
He's been around, in and around. He had to wait quite a while for his chance in this year's 50 over comp. Opened the bowling in the final game at Middlesex, which, well, not just for him, but for most of the Yorkshire bowlers, didn't go that well that day.
As McIlroy, left arm over the wicket, runs away from us and bowls, and Lyth pushes out into the offside, fielded by Carlson at cover, and there is no run. The crowd here is modest, but that's no surprise really, given the situation in the table for Glamorgan, with only a slim outside hope of promotion now, and more pertinently the weather this morning. which was threatening as McIlroy bowls, and that one dribbles through to Chris Cook on the second bounce.
That's what I was trying to say at the top of the piece, really. It just feels like there's not going to be a huge amount of bounce here. You're going to have to bat carefully, but I mean, it's not a terrible pitch or anything. I just feel like it's going to be a bit slow, a bit dead.
It's the wicket used for the one-day international a couple of days ago, where New Zealand seemed to enjoy batting on it rather more than England did. Won by 8 wickets here on Friday night as McIlroy bowls, and Blythe pushes this one into a gap on the offside and will get off the mark with just the single as Ben Kellaway makes ground towards the empty grandstand away to our right. One without loss then after the first over, and with Van der Hoogten absent from proceedings, I imagine it'll be James Harris to open up, as he did in the second innings against Worcestershire, where Glamorgan did manage to take 20 wickets. They've managed to do that twice this season, and they've both been against Worcestershire, and those are the 2 matches in which Glamorgan have had positive results. 1 win, 1 loss, and 10 draws, which makes Yorkshire's championship season seem positively thrilling in comparison.
Not so sure about that. So, River End. And in he comes, Harris. Good start. Slanted across the left-handed line, 9 bowling to 9. And has a little flash at that one on its way through to Chris Cook. Adam Blythe has had a good season. By his standards, I suppose you might say not a great season, but he's got 832 first-class runs to his name, the highest of 174, and he's averaging 52, so that's still not a bad shout by anyone's standards, in particular with as much weather intervening in Yorkshire matches as there has been. Here he is flicking pleasantly through straight mid-wicket, and they're going to come back for 3 as that was played out towards the scoreboard away to our right. So Finlay Bean's going to get to face his first ball of the match, and as the younger of the two, I suppose most people have been saying he's had a really good season. He's not so far behind Adam Blythe in terms of runs scored. He's got 300s to his name, highest of 135, and he's averaging 47.81 from 765 first-class runs this season. His first full season in the team, Finlay Bean. Here he is. First up, gets one wide of off stump that he's able to leave. 3 slips in place. Third man, point, mid-off, mid-on, and straight mid-wicket, as well as a long leg.
You've had the excitement of 4 positive results, non-drawn games, compared to Glamorgan's 2.
Yeah, defeat by Durham, defeat by Leicestershire. Before they'd got a win on the board, and then 2 wins against Derbyshire, including last week at Scarborough. This one is going in the leg side of straight. Cook takes that one.
Yes, Harris's radar not quite in tune. Good take from Chris Cook, tumbling to his right. 3 slips. Andy Gorvin is now a slip fielder.
Is that unusual?
There's been a change in cast at third slip. Ingram and North East are not unusual.
Here's Harris and Bean shouldering arms to this one.
I think Ul Hassan van der Hoogten rather strangely did it against Worcestershire. Van der Hoogten out with a hamstring injury at the moment, and haven't had official confirmation, but I wouldn't necessarily expect him to see him for the last game either.
You know, if I'd have said it's not unusual, you'd have raised your eyebrows at me, wouldn't you? You got that in the second over.
Just because we're on the green grass of home, yeah.
Harris to Bean, short ball, and he's got that one away off the back foot. Very strong square of the wicket both sides, and that's the first boundary of the day. Finlay Bean right over the top of it. Makes Yorkshire now 8 without loss after 2.
Important day for Welsh rugby, of course, with the first game of the World Cup, coming up against Fiji in Bordeaux tonight. Commentary on BBC Radio Wales and on BBC Sounds.
An 8 o'clock start?
8 o'clock start, yes. England, of course, off the mark, up and running last night with that victory over Argentina. 27 points to 10, despite being a man down inside 3 minutes with Curry's dismissal. McIlroy is in to bowl to Lyth, who plays this one into the onside. And there's no run.
And while Curry was being dismissed, I was having a curry.
Very good.
At the Purple Poppadom last night.
All right.
Very nice too.
Is that more of a modern Indian rather than a traditional one? No?
Think about it in those terms, I suppose. Yeah, if you like. Nice menu.
Good, good. McIlroy bowls, played on the offside by Lyth. No run. Callaway fields at point. So, yeah, no tries, but lots of points for England, and for George Ford in particular. Although, I must admit, I was following on television, but I had to turn the discussion off at half-time. Drop goals, England, and guess who in the studio?
All right. Okay.
McIlroy bowls, and that's through to Cook. Lyth playing no shot. Would have been a little bit too much for a Welshman to take, I think. So,
You mean you weren't cheering that day? You were an Aussie, were you?
I wasn't quite sure who to support, to be honest, looking back. McIlroy bowls, and that's turned on the leg side by Lyth to mid-wicket. Byram does the fielding, and there's no run.
I mentioned that to you before we started that I went off and did the Rugby World Cup breakfast with Will Greenwood on Thursday, and it was interesting to hear him talk about all of that. And one thing that sort of most people don't know, he said, is that while everybody was getting their calves rubbed because they thought that was what you were supposed to do before extra time, Johnny Wilkinson was off practicing his goal kicking at the end of the ground.
Driven by Lyth, not quite timed though. Sliding stop by Ul Hassan at mid-on. Well, he was a man who spent an awful lot of time practicing. And paid off in terms of dedication in his career. Remember Welsh rugby fullback Lee Halfpenny, a pinpoint gold kicker, telling us how he practiced every day of the year, including Christmas Day. McIlroy bowls, played out into the offside. Well stopped by Callaway at point. Expected to see the ball flashing past him from Lyth's bat, but it was well stopped. It is a maiden over from McIlroy. 2 overs, conceding just a single. Yorkshire 8 for naught after 3 overs in what is still rather murky light. I fear we may suffer from light problems during the course of this match if, as forecast, there's a lot of cloud around at various points, because we're not able to use the floodlights during championship matches here, and it's playable, but only just.
Here comes Harris then towards us in the commentary box. Finley Bean on strike, turning this one into the leg side. No run, so fairly quiet start. You'd say that there's been a little bit of an offering of swing. Got probably pick of the season, I'd say, Nick, in terms of position on the field for us in the com box. Almost straight on, sitting here behind Finley Bean. So yeah, an offering of swing. Wouldn't say it's been going prodigiously, but pitch-wise, so far nothing seems to have moved particularly off the straight. Harris comes in, leg stump delivery, turned into the onside by Bean. No run.
Yeah, looking at the sides from earlier in the season, certainly a few changes on either side. Shaquille, Bairstow and Milan were among the Yorkshire top order on that occasion, with Fisher and Edwards in the bowling attack, so 5 different players today.
Harris in short, pulled by Finlay Bean and 4. You just can't really bowl it short at Finlay because he latches onto it either side square very quickly, and well executed pull, so it takes him on to 8. Yorkshire to 12 without loss. It just feels like on this pitch that's never going to be a good delivery from either side, is it really? You want to be getting it up in the batter's half, drawing him into playing a shot. Maybe if you can get a little bit of nip, I don't think there's going to be too much bounce here, so LBW will definitely be in the equation, you thought.
Yeah, Glamorgan haven't got the pace in this attack to be banging it in on most conditions.
Here he comes again then, Harris. Right arm over. Now then, that's a better delivery. There's a fairly sizable appeal. Didn't somehow feel like it. But we might get the benefit of a replay for those who are watching the stream. And those who are not, if we do, I should be able to talk you through it from the other angle, front on. So nice slow-mo for us here. Yeah, it does hold its line, but yeah, clearly he's going over the top. Nothing wrong with it in terms of direction. Pitched in line and straightened. Harris to Bean, who drives back down the ground this time. Harris fielding it nicely off his own bowling. We had one of those run-out incidents at Scarborough last week when Finlay Bean was going really well in the 60s and he looked nailed on for 100 the way he was playing. As fluent as you've seen him, really, and that's including the 300 he scored. And James Wharton was on strike, hammered it back down the pitch, and you know what I'm going to say, of course.
Yeah.
A little touch onto the stumps by Alex Thompson. That was the end of Finlay's knock. So he'll try and go where he couldn't go last week today if he gets the opportunity. Turns this one backward of square on the leg side for 2 more. That takes him into double figures, and Yorkshire to 14 without loss after 4 overs.
Yeah, James Harris is just going to have to lengthen his deliveries a little, you feel, as you've been suggesting, to get the best possible chance of success. He's conceded 13 off 2 now. Looking back on that match at Headingley back in early May, Glamorgan without their 2 overseas from that occasion. Marnus Labuschagne, who scored 165 and 170 not out. Michael Niso took 7 wickets in the first innings, so that's a big influence that's missing today. As McIlroy is into bowl and Lythe drives into the offside. Carlson moves to his right to field at cover. Andrew Salter has since retired from professional cricket. He was an emergency opening bat on that occasion. Colin Ingram, the one Glamorgan overseas player for this match. He's averaging fraction under 30 actually. Hasn't really shown it in the championship, as that is played off an angled bat by Lythe. Down to third man, and they walk through for a single. Take them to 15 for no wicket. Just the second run coming off McIlroy. Morgan not able to get a bowler of sufficient international quality for these last few weeks of the season. And interesting to see that Worcestershire's new overseas signing Logan Van Beek contributed really well to their win over Glamorgan, as McIlroy bowls, and been, I think, played inside it at the last moment as it went through to Chris Cook. So 3 slips, third man, point. Carlson, bearing a very large towel, is covering both cover and mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. as McIlroy lopes in away from us and bowls, and a jab and a miss from Bean outside off stump as it goes through low to Chris Cook.
Yeah, so the last two have shaped away from Finley Bean, and then on pitching have both gone straight on, and that one was a little bit wider, and I think he was more interested in playing on it, which kind of made it look slightly worse as it went through then. A more awkward angle.
Left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. McIlroy to Bean, who works that one off his legs, drifting down leg side or towards leg stump, and it's an easy single down to deep fine leg.
You mentioned Kieran Carlson. You know what I'm going to say, because every time we're down here, or you come up to Headingley, always impresses in the field, to be one of the better fielders on the circuit, I would think. Very quick, good pair of hands.
Yeah, captaincy duties these days after the injury to David Lloyd while on loan duty. McIlroy into bowl. Lyth slightly squared up, plays out in the covers, and there is no run. 16 for naught at the end of 5 overs.
And David Lloyd on his way to Derbyshire.
Yes. Yeah. Was loaned to Derbyshire for the One Day Cup and cracked a rib. Played, I think, just three or four games for them. And, something of an anticlimactic end to his time with Glamorgan, because he was adamant that he was looking forward to trying to get them to promotion, coming back in September from his loan spell, but looks unlikely that we'll see him again.
Here's Harris running towards us. Finley Bean on strike. Might have been a bit of bat and thigh pad involved in that delivery, but it's not a bad one at all. If you're just joining us since the delayed start, which was at 12:10, Shan Masood, Yorkshire's captain, won the toss, decided to bat first. He'll be next in, Lyth and Bean, this opening pair. Then Wharton, Hill, Tattersall, Revis, Bess, Thompson, Ben Code and Ben Cliff on his first-class debut. Harris into Bean again. He's playing across this one. He's got a thick outside edge down to third man. First false shot of the day from either of the batters, really. He's got a single for it. Glamorgan lining up with Eddie Byram, Zain Al Hassan, Colin Ingram, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson skippering, Billy Root, Chris Cook, Ben Kellaway, James Harris, Andy Govin and Jamie McIlroy. So one change for each side from their most recent match. No Matthew Fisher for Yorkshire. Little tweak to the side at Scarborough last week. Hopefully back in circulation for one or two of the final couple of games of the season, as Lyth opens the face and flashes quite hard at this, gets it away backward of point, down to third man for a single. He's on to 6, Finley Bean on 12, back on strike. Yorkshire 18 without loss. In the early moments, there's a pile of sawdust at either end, which gives you the indicator that there was rain around, hence the delayed start. And although the skies are not nearly as heavy as they were, it's still cloud cover overhead. It just feels a bit higher at the moment and a little bit brighter. Harris in again, and Bean shoulders arms to this one, and there's no run. The monitor has died here. Is there a way of getting it back on easily? Just that?
Just journalists traditional. Turn it off, turn it on again. Just flick around the bottom corner and see if it kicks back into life. There we go. Ooh, nearly.
It's connecting. So a smattering of spectators in, by comparison to the attendance we saw on the pictures on Friday from here in that one-day international. I've just sent out square leg deep, as Bean then gets a ball roundabout off stump, fourth stump, and pushes it into the vacant cover area. Carlson round to field, one run.
Yeah, it wasn't 100% full, but I think 80 to 90%. Tickets sold.
Yeah, cleverly, of course, the television pictures were zoning in on the areas that were full in the main, so it looked like everywhere full at that stage. Get a whole lot of panned out shots. Harris then turns at the end of his run already. There's markings where his feet have been, and he's only bowled less than a handful of overs. That final delivery across the face of Adam Lyth, and he leaves. So yeah, just 18 deliveries his face, but you can already see a well-trodden path from his mark in towards the crease. 19 without loss, in fact, not 18.
Yeah, so using this central wicket that was used for the one-day international. Not really surprising, since it's a prime location that they wanted to get some more use out of it. They used to looking to one side of the square or the other for championship games. As McIlroy sets off to bowl to Bean, and he's beaten him there, I think.
Yep.
Through to Cook.
Yeah, good delivery, shaping away from Finley Bean, and probably went with the line of swing this time rather than holding its line. Just goes past the outside edge. Good morning to Lily, listening up there in Malton with an iced coffee, she says, up in Yorkshire. Put on a big partnership. This pair have put on 3 century opening partnerships this season.
As McIlroy sets off again to bowl to Bean, who's playing this one nicely through the offside. Will get a couple of runs here at least. Carlson is picking it up about 10 metres inside the boundary, and they've settled for 2, so Carlson decides to hang on to it and do his polishing work rather than picking it back to the keeper. 21 for naught.
I don't know if it's just me, but just in the last couple of minutes it feels like it's brightened a bit more.
Yeah, the light conditions not too bad. Hopefully the rain will stay away as McIlroy into bowl. Bean plays it defensively to Carlson this time, and there is no run. Lyth 6, Bean 15. It's one of the what-ifs of Glamorgan's season, the trip to Headingley, where Yorkshire were set 492 on the final day, finished 412 for 9. 9th wicket falling, I think, with about an over or a couple of balls left. McIlroy bowls, and Bean playing up to mid-on rather, where Ul Hassan feels coming round to mid-off. And he works on polishing the ball. Regret for Glamorgan that on that occasion they didn't give themselves quite long enough, but there were rain issues on the 3rd day. We lost a session there. As McIlroy bowls on leg stump, and Bean takes full advantage by smashing it past the umpire for 4 runs. 25 for no wicket.
Yeah, you just got to be so careful in terms of length when bowling at Finley Bean, as I mentioned already. He's pretty good at driving down the ground too, if you overpitch, but certainly if you go short, then he'll have you on toast there. Very strong, both sides. That one was more sort of half volley length, wasn't it?
Tucked away with no problem at all. As McIlroy into bowl, and Bean looked a little discomforted by that one as he chopped down on it at the last minute defensively. 6 runs off the over, 25 for naught after 7. Player Pompey has tweeted, apropos of nothing in particular, but why not? We've got the winter on the way, and recommendations about books always welcome. He says superb book, The Flame Still Burns, about Tom Cartwright by Stephen Chalk. Also Touched by Greatness about Tom Graveney, written by Andrew Murter. Thank you for those recommendations.
I'm just reading, called The Perfect Distance. I can't actually remember the title. It's about Cohen Ovett.
All right.
The rivalry. It's shaping up well in the first couple of chapters. There's a slight delay here while the umpires have had a word with each other for some reason. And Ben Callaway, one of the umpires pointed to him. Maybe it's the ball that they want changing. Here
You're closest. You've got young legs. Snip off and get them for us.
He's gone for the magic silver briefcase. Peter Hartley is the closer of the two umpires. Peter Hartley and Mark Newell, the two umpires.
Well, we have a moment's delay. The Museum of Welsh Cricket podcast at Welsh Cricket Pod on X/Twitter. The latest episode is remembering Clive Hemp, the leading member of the Balconeers supporters group, father of former Glamorgan captain David, who sadly passed away, I think earlier this year. So they've got an episode looking back at his contribution to Welsh cricket. If you want to tweet us, NickWebb2017 or at Jonathan Deutsch. I suppose message us, X us, I don't know. Always sounds rather rude when you say an X message, doesn't it? Expect something late night and not at all suitable for family listening.
Fair old time ago in those days, I think. Harris then with a changed ball. 7 overs in. And after under half an hour's play, he's coming into bowl to Lyth, who gets an inside contact on it towards mid-on, no run. And the Northern Diamonds, by the way, for those Yorkshire supporters in particular who would like to be kept up to date with that, they're playing the Western Storm just across the way at Taunton. 50 without loss after 10 overs in a match reduced to 43 per team after a delayed start. Storm won the toss and put Holly Armitage's team into bat. Harris meanwhile bowling here to Lyth. Yorkshire chose to bat here, and Adam Lyth drives it quite nicely, but straight to Kieran Carlson. Wideish at mid-off. No run.
Also, for those who weren't listening during the last match, and bringing to you attention Majid Khan, The Glamorgan Years, written by David Battersby, long-serving Glamorgan follower.
Harris into Lyth, who's solidly behind this one, no run.
Majid Khan being Glamorgan great of the late 60s and early 70s. Former captain, leading man in the 69 championship season. If you want to email Dave Battersby about that, he is dave@tolbert.force9.co.uk. I'll give that again after this ball.
Which is going to be bowled by Harris, coming into Lyth. Ooh, it's wide of off stump, and he has a go at that one. Cannons it onto his own body. One of those that could have cannoned onto his own stumps on another day.
So that email address for David Battersby again, he's dave@talbot, TALBOT, .force9, that's the number 9.co.uk. Or rather simpler, if you're on Twitter, is @BattersbyDave. Thank you for providing a copy of that, David. Some interesting stuff in there.
Harris pounding in again then. And Lyth this time carefully turns that one into the leg side, where it's fielded at mid-wicket by Callaway, and there is no run. Definitely got brighter now. It feels significantly better conditions for batting in than it did half an hour ago. The pair of them out there in the middle just doing a bit of gardening. Been on 19, Lyth on 6, 25 without loss. Final ball of the 8th over. Harris is in and driven beautifully by Adam Lyth. That'll be 4, just over pitching, and he stroked that superbly, one of his signature strokes through extra cover. So that takes him on to 10. First boundary of the innings for Adam Lyth, and Yorkshire 29 without loss after 8.
So Harris a little on the expensive side, 0 for 20, and Lyth was so confident in the merit of his shot there that he barely moved, just stood and watched it race away. And the outfield isn't that fast after the morning rain showers we had. There's one just after the toss had taken place, and another shower around about 11:30 as they were preparing to get the covers off. 1 or 2 early in the morning as well. Woken up by some light rain on the roof, and McIlroy has the ball back in his hand. More economical of the two, 0 for 9. Bowling to Finley Bean, still with the 3 slips, and Bean is drawn forward, playing into the covers, and they jog through for a single. 30 without loss, so relatively trouble-free so far for the visitors, having chosen to bat. And hopefully the weather will be relatively trouble-free as well through the course of the afternoon. It's a little up and down over the course of the next few days. So we wait to see whether we'll be able to get enough cricket for a positive result as McIlroy bowls and Lyth drives to Carlson at mid-off, and there's no run. Tuesday does not look great. Wednesday a little better. There's no point in worrying too much about weather forecasts several days in advance. They can change significantly, and often do. 30 for North Yorkshire. McIlroy into Lyth on 10, and he's driving presently through the offside. Carlson is pursuing this one towards the deep extra cover boundary. He might have to slide. He does, knocks it back in field, and a very comfortable 3 runs, 33 without loss.
Yeah, played it nicely again, didn't he? Just didn't quite time it clearly as well as the one he'd done for the boundary off the last ball of the previous over. Always looked like Carlson was going to win the race.
It's outside chance of a further shower in the next hour, but apart after that we even see some sun breaking through this afternoon, so Yorkshire doing well to survive these early overs as McIlroy bowls, and that's played down to third man by Bean, deliberately just turning the bat, angling the bat on it and sending it away between slips and point. 34 without loss.
You're there in your shorts, Nick, and I think you've probably got it right, because the temps look like they're going to rise possibly 25, 26, don't they, come the end of the day? About 21ish, I think, when I arrived at the ground.
There's also they were just out from finishing the Worcestershire match, so couldn't be bothered to delve any further into the wardrobe, as that is dispatched beautifully through point by Lyth for 4 runs. He moves on to 17, 38 without loss. Bit of a wide half volley from McIlroy, that one, and Lyth took full advantage.
Yeah, he'd been the pick of the pair so far, hasn't he, McIlroy, but he just started that one off too wide. It went wider, and Lyth looking like he's growing in a bit of confidence out there. Probably gave it the treatment it deserved, to be fair.
So Glamorgan struggling for an early breakthrough as McIlroy bowls. That's a better delivery, angled in, and Lyth playing it defensively and quietly to mid-on, and there's no run. With no Van der Hoogten, there is not an awful lot of pace in this Glamorgan attack. They're going to have to rely on guile and movement and variations, and draw the batters into indiscretions, because I don't think there's much chance of just blasting any wickets out today. 38 for naught after 9.
So Harris going to continue. 4 overs for 20 so far. And it's probably about fair enough in terms of how he's bowled. Been a little more loose than McIlroy until that most recent McIlroy over. He's going to switch here and bowl round the wicket for the first time, and this is 5th over to Bean. There's an appeal for LBW here. It's not a bad shout. They've all gone up. Maybe, given the angle, it might have been going down. Umpire standing is Newell at the river end. Wide on the crease, angled in. Probably, and he's got his back to us, strikes him around about middle and leg, and with that angle, yeah, you can see why he's turned that down. On the other angle, it looked closer, I've got to say, when we got to see it front on. Another appeal, as this one is turned off the legs of Finlay Bean. Is it going to be a leg by? That is not a leg by, so there's some bat involved.
Yeah, the first appeal maybe Harris bowling with a bit too much angle, that it would have gone right across the face of the stumps, as it were.
It was a decent shout though, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So 39 without loss. Bean on to 22 with that single. Lyth back on strike. And they've faced pretty much an even number of deliveries. 29 to Adam Lyth, 27 of them to Finlay Bean. Harris then. And he comes once more. Sweatband on that left wrist, too wide outside off stump, and Lyth is going to take toll again with another boundary here. Once more, not struck quite as sweetly as the one in the previous over, but sweetly enough, and always felt like it had the legs on Kieran Carlson this time, out through extra cover. Just got right over the top of it and punched it more than anything.
Yeah, Harris had quite a decent match at Worcester, where the scores were low generally, taking 6 wickets for 113 across the 2 innings, but his start today is not what he would have wanted.
So Lyth on to 21, 43 without loss, halfway through the 10th. Reminder on the luncheon tea front. Lunch 1:30 now, tea 3:55 I believe, as Lyth gets underneath one and has hit that aerially down to third man, where it is fielded by McIlroy. Got a single. I might just have to pop out at the end of this over, Nick. Somebody's been trying to call me, and I've got... It could potentially actually be BBC Radio York. So they might want something. So Harris turns again. Under brightening skies here in Cardiff, as Bean punches that one out to Carlson at mid-off, no run. 78 overs was the minimum to be bowled today following the delayed start. And we have 1 ball remaining in the 10th of those. Here he comes again. Past umpire Newell, angled in towards Bean, who drives down the ground this time, and it's got past mid-on, who is giving chase here, Billy Root. And he's going to do well in the end to flick that back before he lands on the rope, and so Bean has to settle for a couple from a nicely played shot. 24 to him, 46 without loss after 10.
Yeah, if you want to send Mr. Bevenar away, if he's lurking next door, that would be lovely. Thank you, Jonathan. All that. See when Jonathan is able to rejoin us.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end. It's coming on 12-4. Glamorgan is Ben Calloway.
Well, that's unexpected. Glamorgan putting on young spinner Ben Calloway as first change. Very unexpected. You'd think that it was a one-day cup match, and the power play was over. Well, Callaway will bowl in his second championship match, still really waiting to make an impact, having a fabulous one-day cup campaign with 13 wickets and a couple of half centuries. Callaway is in to bowl to Lyth, who's defending it out on the offside, and there's no run. Had rather an unfortunate start to his first-class career at Worcester. We bagged a pair, and it's 0 for 39 in his bowling. Callaway looking to improve on that. A little bit of turn. Bowling to the two left-handers, of course, at the moment, and another one to come in, Shan Masood. One slip. Callaway in, and it's turned into the offside. Billy Root scampers round from gully to point and makes the stop. 46 for naught. Lyth not quite ready. Now he is. Callaway operating off just half a dozen steps, and that one is played down to Root at gully, and there's no run. It's deeper than a gully, really. It's more of a backward point position. And there is a point on the boundary as protection, as well as Carlson at short cover. Al Hassan is deeper mid-off. That one's driven to Byram out on the boundary, and Bean picks up a single to move to 25. In fact, apologies, it's Lyth's drive. It was up very quickly indeed on the board. Lyth 23, Bean 24, 47 for naught. Callaway to Bean, who squirts that one away on the leg side. So just a single off the opening over from Ben Callaway. Did get a little bit of turn in there. And it is 47 for no wicket, Yorkshire, after 11 overs. So hopefully we'll see a few more coming in this afternoon. After the long rain delay this morning, play starting an hour and 40 minutes late at 12:10. So Harris to continue from the River Taff end, bowling to Adam Lyth to start with, and Lyth drives the first ball back to Harris, who fields it in his follow-through. At the Rugby World Cup, Japan lead tournament debutants Chile 14-7. Coming up to half-time there. Coverage of Wales-Fiji on BBC Radio Wales and online this evening. Harris in, bowls. Lyth doesn't time it, bat and pad together. Ball trickles to Carlson at mid-off, and there's no run. If you want to tweet us thoughts on this match or any other cricketing matters, Jonathan Doidge or Nick Webb 2017. In comes Harris running towards us. Bowls to Lyth, who drives. It's a no ball. First extras of the day, 49 without loss. No run off the mat. Play at Pompey asks, which other Welsh county did Tom Cartwright play for, other than Glamorgan? Hasn't really been a county system apart from Glamorgan for a number of years. As Lyth whacks that one through the offside for 4 and brings up the Yorkshire half century. Lyth has 27 of them, overtaking his young partner Bean 24. 53 for naught, with Harris struggling rather at the moment to make any impact. Beautifully timed drive from Adam Lyth. Perhaps there's a trick in our Twitter questioner, and that it's maybe not cricket, that he had expertise in some other sport. .53 for naught. Yorkshire having chosen to bat. And Harris bowls a short delivery that balloons up over Lyth's head. Umpire Newell saying it's okay as a delivery. It's one of your short balls for the over. 53 without loss.
Always takes longer than 2 minutes, you think, doesn't it? By the time you listen to the cue, somebody's interview.
Here's Harris to Lyth, who's blocking this one gently to mid-off. No run. Your first radio engagement of the day, was it?
I think it probably will be the only one. But I'd not been kind of pre-notified, and these days you tend to get that. I don't know. So it's one of those, I'm not sure. There's nobody to blame, really. It's just, you know, we got on at the end of the day, and they know what's going on.
Indeed, 53 for naught. Last ball of Harris's 6th over, maybe coming off after this one, I suspect. And Lyth drives slightly uppishly to start with, but safely enough past Carlson at mid-off. They'll run for 2, and Lyth wants 3 as the throw arrives from the far distance. And well, James Harris has gone and run a ball in that spell. 56 for naught after 12 overs. Are Yorkshire profiting after choosing to bat? Still no play in Southampton for the ODI between England and New Zealand. It's still raining there.
Yeah, and I think that the summary of the first 12 overs will be that the hosts have not bowled well enough so far. They've offered Yorkshire quite a lot of opportunities, and you'd have to like the way that the pair of them are batted. It's not been totally total dominance, because there's been 1 or 2, you know, good shouts, and just really one shot that didn't look like it was intended. But I think that they've got used to the pace of this pitch pretty well. So here's Kellaway from this end. I should say this end.
Cathedral Road.
Cathedral Road end. That's because at Middlesex the other week, my co-commentator, when I said what are the ends called, he said this end and that end. Lyth pushing this latest delivery into the offside for Carlson to field. Ed's on hand to take over, I think, after this over. But yeah, you'd be a bit disappointed, I think, from the start, from the home point of view. And it's one of those where you want to get to lunch and have a good old chat about where you really want to bowl it on here. Full length delivery on leg stump, and Lyth helps it on its way out through straight mid wicket. We'll pick up 2. But largely unruffled, the pair of them so far. 58 without loss, 32 to the senior of the 2 players. Finlay Bean, who set off the quicker of the pair. He's not faced so many deliveries in more recent overs, now 30 for his 24, Lyth 43. 44 in fact for his 32, as he gets one short of length and angles it out to point, but can't get it past the infield. Feels quite muggy in the comm box. It might swing, I think, in here. If we have a game at lunch, chaps. Corridor cricket. oh dear me. Now then, that was a ball just short of length, not particularly short by Callaway. Blythe rocked back and cut it, but it was in the air for a while on its way to Billy Root at point. Not so far short of him when it dropped. So one of the less auspicious shots of the morning so far. But he survived it. Last ball of the 13th then. And that is played more securely by Adam Lyth to complete the over at 58 without loss.
At New Road, Worcester, under 19 international. Australia on top in the first innings with a lead of 174, having scored exactly twice England's total in the first innings. England in their second innings, 274 for 8. So they lead by only 100 with 2 wickets left, but there is a rain delay at Worcester at the moment. No play in the ODI as yet at Southampton, where they were due to start at 11 o'clock, England and New Zealand. We're going to get Zain Ul Hassan as the second change. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow fairly shortly. Ul Hassan tosses down a practice delivery to mid-on. Ul Hassan bowling right arm seam. And that's down leg side, no contact made. Through it goes to Chris Cook. No run, been flicking at it. Something of a gentle opener from Ul Hassan. Yorkshire have made up for lost time after choosing to bat their 58 without loss. Adam Lyth on 32, Finlay Bean on 24, and not much threat so far from the Glamorgan bowlers, although it's interesting that Ben Callaway, the teenage spinner, was brought on in just the 11th over of the day. Glamorgan still with an outside chance of promotion. Yorkshire chose to bat and they're 58 for naught. What did you make of bringing on the spinner early, Edward?
Well, looking at this attack, apart from McIlroy, Nick, I think you'll agree it's a second 11 attack, isn't it?
As Ul Hassan is in to bowl, outside off stump, allowed to go through. Well, James Harris certainly didn't bowl to the standard he did at Worcester in the last match.
Well, there was some help for him at Worcester. There's no help at all. This is a slow pitch. We saw it was slow in the one-day internationals. And I know we go on about it, but why on earth Glamorgan haven't tried to get somebody on loan or sign someone, because we can develop this a little bit further.
Ul Hassan is in to bowl to Bean, who edges down into the gully, but safely enough. Callaway fields no run.
But to answer your question, it is a slow pitch, and you've tried pace. It hasn't worked. There hasn't been any threat from the seamers. And okay, you try your spinner, and rarely does it turn here in Cardiff, and if it is going to turn, it'll be slow turn. And the one half chance, I suppose, was in the last over when one was cut away into the gully region. But really there's no threat, and batsmen get their head down, and there's no reason why they shouldn't profit.
Ul Hassan bowls and Bean plays to mid-on, called for a quick single. Root doesn't bother to have a shot at the stumps in the end because it was well judged by Finlay Bean, taking the single too wide mid-on. Root just had a bit too much to do. But good for Callaway to get on this early. He didn't bowl in the second innings at Worcester when the game was quite tight, so just a chance, I suppose, for Kieran Carlson to give him some experience early in the game. As Ul Hassan bowls and Lyth plays again just wide of Root, and again they scamper through for a quick single. Root can't gather cleanly, and the single is safe enough. 59 for naught at the end of the Ul Hassan over.
Because once I was watching at home, once you saw Tim van der Houten at New Road pulled up, and I think it was you mentioned it was a hamstring. Well, you said that's him for the season, surely, because hamstrings don't heal pretty quickly. And then I would have thought, well, yeah, let's see if there's somebody. Well, there must be somebody available. But we're watching out Hassan, who's rarely bowled in county cricket. You've got Callaway in only his second game. Gorvin, who is a second-team bowler. First ball from Callaway's driven firmly up to McIlroy. There's no run at mid-on. Score at 60 without loss. Live on 33. Bean, 21-year-old promising young opener, is on 25. As around the wicket he comes, Callaway again tosses this one up. It's played away into the gully region. There'll be a single as it evades Billy Root and it goes out to deep extra cover. And the pitch playing so easily. It's a slow pitch, and Yorkshire pretty happy. They've won the toss and elected to bat on this.
Yeah, I was a little surprised given the conditions around early this morning, but they've got through potentially the most difficult bit.
Callaway in, bowls, it's down to Bean, who comes forward. Good length ball, gets a single again. Out to a deep extra cover, to the sweeper. .62 without loss. Very good start this. Callaway's in his third over and bowls to the experienced Adam Lyth, who sweeps not effectively, and it's a diving stop there at mid-wicket there by Sam Northeast, diving away to his left. No run. Callaway just a slip and then 3 men in an arc, saving one on the offside, is in and bowls, and Lyth comes forward, plays it firmly, but it's intercepted there by the man on the drive on the offside, and seems to be in some discomfort is Kieran Carlson. Looks ruefully at his hand. He's had some hand troubles this season, hasn't he? As the captain.
He's quite often in the firing line, isn't he?
On the drive there. 2 runs off the over. This is the last ball. The off spin of Callaway. In he comes, goes back. That's too short. It's driven away. Again, it's a diving stop by the captain. That is the end of the over. One good thing about Callaway bowling is that he gets through his overs pretty quickly. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 5. And Ul Hassan has bowled just the 1 over for 2 runs. Lyth is on 34. And Bean is on 26.
Yeah, it's good that they're giving Callaway a chance in Championship cricket, isn't it, after the form that we saw of him in the One Day Cup?
Well, they haven't got a recognised spinner on the staff, have they?
Well, Sisodia's mainly
one day player.
Mainly a one-day player, isn't he? Played one Championship game this season. Carlson has taken 7 wickets, but 70 odd, so he's bowled some long spells, but largely as a holding operation.
Out of necessity.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Glamorgan's bowling this year has been not at the best by a long way.
They had Swepson for that middle chunk of the season, who had 1 good game here and then struggled in the others. Well, Hassan bowls, turned off his legs by Bean, will take a single down to McIlroy at fine leg.
I thought Harris had a very good shout. His first shout against Bean
was close.
Shuffled across his stumps and looked very, very close. Perhaps it was the angle that umpire Newell decided.
Yeah, a little too much angle.
Benefit of the doubt to the batsman.
Umpire Newell at the River Taff end. Umpire Hartley, former Yorkshire player, at this end. As Lyth drives and will get runs here through backward point, 4 of them. Nothing Callaway can do to chase that one down. And Lyth timing the ball very nicely. Moves under 38 not out, Bean 27.
Yes, Peter Hartley, the Yorkshireman, also played for Warwickshire, and I think he ended up in Hampshire.
Yeah.
Good man. And, I think he played for England either 1 day as Mark Newell, brother of Keith Newell. play for Glamorgan.
Return to Sussex afterwards.
Yeah.
Al Hassan running towards us, straight run up balls, and Lyth plays it into the point area, and there's no run. Zain Al Hassan brought into the side largely to open the batting, where he's averaging 32.8, and with the ball 7 wickets at 52 in Championship cricket this season. In he comes balls, and Lyth plays it nicely on the leg side, but diving stop by Glamorgan's almost ubiquitous captain, Kieran Carlson. We do know who the other fielders are, but Carlson seems to be attracting a lot of the ball at the moment.
No doubt will be bowling.
Yes, I presume we'll see Gorvin at some point fairly soon, as Al Hassan bowls and Lyth defends to mid-on. Gorvin has taken 6 wickets at 38 in the 3 matches that he's played. So not too many first-class wickets this season in the bag for this particular attack. Harris has 26. McIlroy 35.8. McIlroy 21 at 26.9, but neither successful in their first spell. So Al Hassan bowls, and that's flicked off the legs by Adam Lyth. Down to McIlroy at fine leg. Single taken. 68 for naught, 16 overs gone, so the scoring rate remains a healthy one for the visitors at just over 4.
No reason why Yorkshire, if they dig in his good batting order, couldn't get upward of 400 on this. And if this pitch plays as most of the square has done this season, then with Glamorgan's pretty strong batting lineup as well, maybe looking at a stalemate here. But you never know, something might just happen. It might turn at the moment, and as we've seen Nick all season, we haven't seen any turn. So it might just play out as a featherbed throughout. I hope not, because we'd like to see something happening. As Callaway prepares to bowl his 4th over, he's bowling to Lyth on 39. Much experience and a great stalwart for Yorkshire over the years. And the left-hander comes forward, drives it. Oh yes, you've guessed. Carlson on the drive. He's ready to bowl. Lyth's not quite ready. 3 or 4 walking steps, and over he comes. Good length ball, pushed away into the covers, and Billy Root comes in and fields.
So Callaway gets going with the bat this time.
Yes. Oh, that's too short. But he's very fortunate, because it's been hammered away out to deep extra cover. My Eddie Byram does the mopping up. Nothing threatened the batsman at the moment. Probably have an over of Carlson before lunch, but it's Callaway now. Wide of the crease, bowls, and this time it's been clips it away backward of squares, running down towards the 3rd man boundary. There's a chase for 2 fielders. Root gets there, nips, throws it back to Byram. They work it nicely between them, but they get 3 comfortable runs. As Yorkshire move quite briskly on to 72 without loss. Lyth, who is on strike, is on 40. Bean has moved on to 30. Playing the secondary role now to Adam Lyth. Callaway bowls, draws the batsman forward, Bean, and they amble through for a single. Another reason I think why Callaway has been brought on so early is because there's 2 left-handers. You would hope that the ball would go cross and spin away from the 2 left-handers, the outside edge, but we haven't seen evidence of that as yet. Callaway in, bowls, and it's pushed by Bean up towards mid-off. That ends another pretty quick over, 73 without loss. And we have got 15 minutes before a rather hungry commentary team delve into their luncheon.
Yeah, it's certainly helping Glamorgan's over 8 having Callaway on. Let's hope he's in the game this time after his problems at Worcester. We didn't really get going, and as a consequence, I think looked rather nervous in the bat with the bat in the second innings. Eventually chopping on to his stumps.
Yeah, his first innings shot isn't worth remembering. Chase a very wide man. The third slip.
Ul Hassan starts a new over as Lyth drives down the ground, well intercepted at mid-on, and there is no run. Matthew Maynard and David Harrison of the Glamorgan coaching team performing one of their many walks around the perimeter down beneath us.
Yeah, probably disappointed in what they've seen so far, that no wickets have fallen.
Yes, hasn't been an awful lot to cheer them up after Shan Masood won the toss, and Bean is playing this one back to Ul Hassan. There's no run. We had in Worcestershire's second innings, so at least there was interest from a Welsh point of view at Worcester, but a 50-over session, Edward. It's the longest championship session that I can remember.
It is long.
As that's played out on the offside by Bean, and there is
like a one-day match.
Well, yes, it was bizarre because it came after Glamorgan were bowled out on the second day, and it was, I think, about quarter to 3. And for some reason, the umpire said, "Let's have tea."
Just at lunch.
So we were expecting a 10-minute interval. It became 20. Ul Hassan bowls, and Bean plays on the leg side, no run. And Glamorgan did well in that, taking 8 wickets in the marathon session. But
imagine if Nice had been playing that game.
Yes,
would have been interesting. 111 for 6, I think it was at one stage.
Yeah, got away Worcestershire in their first innings,
the game,
and that gave them what proved to be, by some distance, the highest total of the game in their first innings. Here, Yorkshire are going well, 74 for naught, as Bean plays another one from Ul Hassan to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, the day has brightened significantly. Driving up from the west this morning, there's some drops and showers here. Very dark, but now, as per forecast, it's drifting up towards the Midlands. We've had rain at Gloucester, and a drop of rain at the under-19s match at Worcester.
Lunch 1:30 to 2:10, in case you're wondering, as Ul Hassan bowls, and Bean plays an expansive shot on the leg side, and he's managed to bisect the fielders there at square leg and fine leg, and it's run away for 4. And at the end of the 18th over, Yorkshire already have 78 without loss on the board. Lyth has 42, and Bean with that one now onto 34, as Ul Hassan drifted onto leg stump, and Bean had virtually a no-risk shot there and smashing that one away.
Talking about the weather, it's remarkable. At Scunthorpe yesterday, I saw that towards the end of the game it had to be abandoned because of a fierce thunderstorm.
Scunthorpe? Oh, well, the football?
Yeah, football.
Wow.
That's what thunderstorms are like. Callaway then to continue, and he will be bowling to Lyth, who's approaching his 50s, 42 not out, as the first ball is bowled and played watchfully to Billy Root, who's lurking there at backward point. Still hot here outside today. Very cloudy though as Callaway bowls, and Pushed away by Lythe. There's no run. It's the one slip and then defensive field for the young off spinner. This time he's pushed in the gap between cover and the man on the drive to deep extra cover, where they amble through for another single, 79 without loss. And a very profitable morning for the visitors.
Yeah, surprised when Masood opted to bat first, but he certainly got it right.
Here's the next ball, driven backward at point. Billy Root, no run. We played with comparative ease now. This pitch has nothing really to offer. It was the swing that this morning. There were one or two that passed the bat as the other next ball is pushed away in the offside. The swing that deceived the batsman a couple of times, the new ball swung and beat the bat, but that has been easy going. Callaway bowls. Bean comes forward, plays it gently away and gets another single to complete the over. So Callaway bowled 5 overs, not for 12, 80 without loss. Lytham 43 and Bean is on 35. Oh dear.
Don't take food or drink out to the middle. Don't you throw your chips around on the length or squirt tomato sauce on the bowler's run-ups. Drop any sandwiches in the outfield because the gulls will be in to have them.
I'll take a nice plate of Sunday lunch and half a bottle of wine with you. You mustn't do that.
Set up camp at Deep Gully. Ul Hassan to continue around the wicket to Bean on 35 on 36 as he plays one down to square leg past the umpire. Byram comes in off the boundary to do the fielding, and there's just the single taken. 81 for naught, Yorkshire. No action in the one-day international at Southampton as yet. Play in 5 of the 6 county games going on. At Ul Hassan bowls down leg side, it goes, well taken by Cook, diving to his right.
Yeah, despite advancing years, 37, I think Chris Cook shows no time of deteriorating in his wicket keeping. He's as good as he's ever been, and that's testament to his fitness and his enthusiasm for the game. And I think everybody's delighted that he's been awarded a benefit for next year.
Ul Hassan into Lythe, drives up Pishley but safely reaches mid-off on a couple of bounces. Harris gives it a bit of a teapot, saying, oh, why couldn't that have carried an extra few metres? And Lythe does a little bit of gardening. And Bean joins him, synchronised gardening.
Yes.
Not quite sure why Bean needs to prod at the pitch at the non-striker's end, but there we are. Here's Ul Hassan bustling in bowls. A little bit of movement off the pitch, away from the bat. Through it goes to Cook. In the women's 50-over match, which has become a 43-over match, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, Western Storm against Northern Diamonds. It is the visitors, the Northern Diamonds, who are going well there. 126 for 1 off just 22 overs, with Lauren Winfield Hill on 55 not out. Ul Hassan bowls and Lythe plays it to Callaway, who intercepts on the run, almost flicks it on to Gorvin at cover. The other matches in Division 2 of the Championship. Sussex against Leicestershire. Leicestershire, of course, still in contention. Sussex are 128 for 4 at Hove. Tom Haynes 39 is the highest score, and the wickets have been shared round. Ul Hassan bowls to Lyth, who plays defensively to backward point. No run. At Bristol, Gloucestershire against Derbyshire, they had a delayed start there as well. Gloucestershire are 53 for no wicket against Derbyshire. Derbyshire will be the visitors here in the final game of the season on the 26th. Glamorgan sitting out the next round. Yorkshire away to Leicestershire next week and finishing off at home to Worcestershire. Ul Hassan bowls and Lyth check drives to Harris at mid-off. No run. 126 the end of the over.
2 overs.
Two overs probably before lunch now, with Callaway delivering the first of them. First Division, Kent against Notts. 2 sides in trouble. Kent 110 for 1. With Zach Crawley on 80 not out, off 80 balls.
Yeah, entertaining.
Yes, warming up nicely for captaining England in the ODIs against Ireland.
Yorkshire's run rate is pretty healthy here, 4.15. As Callaway starts in the over and bowls to Bean, who pushes it away on the onside to north-east at short mid-wicket, 36.
At Old Trafford, Middlesex have recovered to 65 for 5.
Callaway bowls and forward comes Bean, pushes it to mid-off. He might well be down in the second division. It's between them, Northants, Kent, and I think Kent and Middlesex. Callaway bowls, driven out to deep extra. We've seen that a few times, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, Notts are almost certainly safe, I'd say. Northants stranded at the bottom, either Middlesex or Kent to join them, you would have thought.
Middlesex, I think, because they've got another difficult match away.
The top order is having trouble scoring any runs at all.
Ben Callaway to Adam Lyth, bowls to him, and he pushes it forward. Lyth having an eye on the pavilion clock, no doubt, saying that no risks now before lunch. We did our job, and we're ready to continue after the afternoon session. Callaway bowls, and this is played gently out to the man on the deep extra cover boundary. Perhaps they can think of bringing him in, because every time that's been played out there, it's just been pushed for a single. So if he came in and blocked that, perhaps they wouldn't be able to get so many runs. In comes the off spinner, bowls to Bean, who defends. No run, end of the over, 1 over left, and is Carlson going to have a little throw up that far end? No.
At Edgbaston in Division 1, struggling Northants 71 for 2, having been inserted by Warwickshire. Emilio Gay's 42 not out. Rain has stopped play in the Midlands there. So it is almost certainly Northants, neither Middlesex or Kent, to join us in the second division. Ul Hassan is in to bowl. Outside off stump, Lyth plays no shot. Glamorgan mathematically in contention, but he'll need a miracle from here, you would have thought, with 31-point deficit on Worcestershire, and the Foxes of Leicestershire also rather surprisingly in the hunt. 2 slips for Ul Hassan into left-handed Lyth, and he defends that down the pitch to Ul Hassan, who makes a bit of a mess of picking it up.
Well, in my opinion, Nick, I don't think Glamorgan have any chance of going up to the first division. By Mr. Hignell's trying to point out this morning on his preview, they have to win this game and get maximum bonus points, plus win the last game.
Yeah, and hope that others slip up. It's still in there. Stranger things have happened, but it's an outside chance. Ul Hassan bowls and Lyth drives nicely to mid-off, and there's no run. We're talking about Yorkshire's targets. Well, Otis Gibson wanted them to finish off with 4 wins in a row. Well, they've won the first of those against Derbyshire. Apart from this game, Leicestershire and Worcestershire to come for the visitors. Clock now at 1:31 as Ul Hassan bowls, and that's down leg side, and Lyth does not make contact. Cook takes well. So it's been Yorkshire's session. Play getting underway at 12:10, hour and 40 minutes late, which is why we're an hour late going to lunch, as they try and make sure that all the sessions have some life in them. There's Ul Hassan, right arm round, medium pace, bowls, clipped off his legs by Lyth. Not an awful lot of bat on it, but enough. Down to McIlroy at fine leg, single taken. 86 without loss. Lyth to 45 not out. This will be the final ball of the 22nd over and lunch interval. Shortened session, which will very much been enjoyed by the visitors, as they've built a healthy foundation. Just the one real serious leg before appeal. Harris against Bean. Ul Hassan bowls, Bean shoulders arms. He finishes on 37 not outs, Lyth 45 not out. Yorkshire 86 for naught at lunch. Thanks for listening. Back at 2:10.
See him walking down with that rucksack on his back. Just the other side. See him with his career about 5 rows back. Sham's not been seen. He must have been.
first session after Yorkshire chosen to bat. Adam Lyth is 45 not out. Finlay Beale is 37 not out. We've seen half a dozen overs already from the teenage spinner Ben Callaway. We resume in around 8 minutes' time. Yorkshire 86 for naught.
Dawson electing to bat first. They made a very good start. 86 without loss. They've gone along and over 4 and over. No problems at all for Adam Live. And Finley Bean alive, approaching his half century. He's on 45. Bean is on 37. 86 without loss. Glamorgan, of course, it's a very ordinary attack, one has to say. And there is no Tim van der Gooten. He was injured in the last game at Worcester. Still no replacements, no overseas bowling replacements, and it's hard work for the bowlers. The only one that is presented the odd problem has been James Harris, a very big confident appeal, but other than that he's gone at 6 and over. Delighted to be joined as always, Jonathan Doige from Yorkshire. He's alongside me, and Yorkshire should be pretty pleased, Jonathan, on how things have gone this morning.
I think so, yeah. I think they've just batted as well as they've kind of been allowed, really, by the bowling, which the first dozen overs or so, there was only the occasional shot or probably a couple of half-decent shouts, as you expect in that sort of period of time, but really they were mostly unruffled, the Yorkshire opening pair.
Yes, it was easy in pickings. Here's McIlroy to start off then the afternoon proceedings. He's bowling to Live, and Live comes forward and doesn't really time it and picks the ball up himself. It just drops in front of him and tosses it to Billy Root, who's coming in from cover. McIlroy and James Harris open the bowling, and then Kellaway's off spin. He's been bowling. He's bowled some useful overs, but again, no threat, no turn. And Ul Hussain has the other medium pacer. McIlroy bowls. It's very short and pulled away to mid-wicket without hardly any effort at all by Adam Live. And he moves on to 49. Short ball. You cannot afford to bowl short on this pitch. It's a slow pitch. It's the one that we use for the one-day international between England and New Zealand on Friday. It was on the slow side then, and really we haven't seen anything deviate, have we?
No, one of those many sports theories is don't give, do what the opposition least like you to do, and Adam Live would have loved him to have bowled him a short one.
Big spiel for LBW there, which is turned down by umpire Hartley.
Felt like it struck him outside the line, I think.
We'll have a little look at this now, and yeah, it might have been hitting, but yes, the benefit of doubt there. And Peter Hartley explains to McIlroy exactly why. A much respected umpire, Peter, over the years, and okay, I've seen them being given, I've seen them not being given.
Yeah, I'd have been surprised if he'd have been raising a finger to that.
But that was a better shout in the first inning, in the pre-lunch period against Bean. McIlroy bowls, and he rather hurries into that shot, pushes it out to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Byram. Where Harris had a good shout against Bean, but he was coming round the wicket. Again, it was one of those where you wouldn't have argued had that been given out. But the benefit of the doubt has gone to the batsman in both occasions. 90 without loss. Very warm again, not as warm as yesterday, which was really, really hot here. McIlroy bowls. This is pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it is warm, particularly over my side of the com box. It's pretty humid over here. Feels sticky.
Yes. Think of those rugby players playing in 35 degrees out in France. I was telling Nick earlier on, incredible yesterday. I was reading the paper about a football match at Scunthorpe yesterday, as McIlroy comes in, bowls short, I'm away in the offside, but straight towards the fielder, Billy Root. That's the end of the over. 90 without loss. It was stopped in the closing stages because of violent thunderstorm. So they've had some rain around the place. We had West Wales. I just spoke to my wife on the phone. She said we have some heavy showers there this morning, but we've been rather fortunate here.
So go with the River End, Andy Gove.
Andy Gove in to bowl his little medium paces, then his first bowl of the day. Wasn't picked for the last game. And immediately Chris Cook comes up to the stumps because he's no really express pace. He bowls wicket to wicket, your ordinary medium pacer, and he just has the 2 slips.
Yep, first time in the match that we've seen Garvin, so he's going to turn that ball into Finley Bean here. Good batting conditions now. Garvin in wide on the crease, and Finley Bean has helped one on its way around the corner, and at first ball of the over goes for 4, and he's immediately on the back foot, talking in, as I was in between your deliveries in the previous over about the delivery bowled to Adam Lyth. Just an easy way back in, isn't it? What you don't want as a batter. Exactly. He's concentrated all morning. The last thing you want is 3 or 4 tight overs at the start of a session where you're under pressure. And when you got a gift of a ball halfway down the track last over, and he swatted that one away, and then this time looked full and on leg stump, and Finley Bean flicked it away. Just what you don't want as Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain. That's better from Garvin, with Bean just pushing out into the offside. No run. So Lyth on 49 and Bean 41 now. 94 without loss. They've had 3 century partnerships between them so far this season, this pair. One of them 177. I think another one as well in the 90s. And it's now 7 successive half-century partnerships for them. As this one again wide of off stump and half volley length, and dispatched by Finley Bean almost with disdain there. It raced away through square cover for 4.
It's just poor bowling on them, because sort of half tracker first ball, second ball was a better ball, and now we've got a big half volley. And you should not be bowling 2 of those deliveries if you're a professional cricketer.
So 8 from the over so far. In he comes again, Garvin, and this time fuller and straighter. And Bean plays it with a straight blade back to the bowler. But you'd say, wouldn't you, having negotiated that first potentially tricky session, Ed, because there had been rain around, the skies were pretty heavy to start with. If you could deal with that, then you should be able to prosper now in these conditions.
Especially with the sun coming out and drying any sort of moisture.
Garvin in again. Bean gets another straight delivery and pushes it into the covers. And there's no run. 1 to come in the over.
Talking about these 2 being pretty successful as an opening pair, I watched Sean Masood last year for Derby, and he was very, very consistent opening the innings for Derbyshire. So I was rather surprised that he'd moved down to 4.
It was 3 in the first innings and 4 in the second. Not sure the reasons for that, unless they were just trying to give James Wharton a bit more of a chance. Or if it was a left-hand, right-hand combination thing, that may have been another possible reason, as Bean plays the last ball of the over out into the offside, and there is no run. So 98 without loss after 24 now, Yorkshire. So yeah, it could have been right-hand, left-hand. I'm not entirely sure, unless there was a little niggle or something that we weren't aware of.
Because he used to churn out the runs up at Derby last year.
Yeah, he's not as good a season for Yorkshire as he had with Derbyshire. Not had a century yet.
Has he been back and forth with Pakistan in various competitions?
Twice he's been away on Pakistan duty.
McIlroy to continue from this end, the Cathedral Road end, and bowls to Lyth. Just leans into that and pushes it out to Hassan at the cover point.
They're missing, aren't they? Sorry, they're playing, I should say, and he's missing out at the moment. He told us at York a few weeks ago that he was disappointed to have not got selected, but they're playing India at the minute, aren't they? I think they're actually playing today in a one-day international. So he didn't make the cut this time. He did play not so long ago in a test series, 2-match series against Sri Lanka.
Down the leg side as McIlroy reverts to over the wicket. He was coming round for the first couple of deliveries and the first over after lunch, but he's gone over the wicket, but that drifted well down the leg side. Yeah, fine player, Masood. Here comes the next ball, a short, and he's chopped on. Well, that's bad luck for any batsman. He went back to a shortish ball, and Adam Lyth just looks to the heavens and says, what have I done here? I'm out for 49, throws his bat from one hand into the other, and Glamorgan get rather a fortuitous wicket. It's just 90 for one, and Lyth the bats, bowled by McIlroy for 49. He had all the time in the world. As we just look at the replay, yes, back he went, and a huge play on, hit the leg stump back. But a very good innings there, and rather unlucky to be dismissed in that manner, John.
He was, yeah, giving himself plenty of room to play at the ball, didn't he? Maybe it's a comment, slightly comment on the pitch in terms of its bounce. Maybe it didn't bounce as high as he thought it might. That's a possibility, although there's also the possibility that he just got into slightly the wrong position, and that was the result. I suppose the longer we see, the more we'll be able to make a call on that. It'll be interesting to see what he says about it himself, but he knows he's missed out, and of course he and Finlay have missed out on a 4th century partnership, because 98 for one, they've come up just short on this occasion, but still a very healthy start for their county in 24.3 overs.
Yes, I suppose it excuse me, got into his mind, this is short, I'm going to crack this away for 4. Back he went, and played a little bit too early. Anyway, Shah Massoud has come in at number 3, the gentleman we were discussing a few moments ago, and this sort of pitch will suit him. For Pakistan pitches out there are generally on the slowish side, and again it's a left-hander. They're very much like Sussex, a good 5 in the opening 5 are left-handers, or 4 before Pujara comes in, or when he was away. So this is the 3rd left-hander on the trot, and McIlroy buoyed by taking at least the 1st wicket.
Adam Lyth, by the way, 40 off 90 balls, 6 fours.
Thank you. First ball. Oh, appeal for a BW, not out, says umpire Hartley. So McIlroy, at least, he took a 5-4 in the last game at Worcestershire, getting some movement that rather beat Massoud. Bounced a little bit, jagged back into him, hit it in rather uncomfortable place.
Yeah, he stepped right across, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was a typical first ball shot, really, wasn't it? It was a decent first up delivery to him.
Here he is again, and bowls to Massoud, who plays firmly but straight to the man fielding on the drive, on the offside.
He's been in the 90s twice, once in Championship cricket, once in white ball cricket. Not quite made the 3 figures. He got 80 odd last week. And to be fair, I think last week was probably his best looking innings so far in terms of fluency.
Good over this from McIlroy. In he comes, last ball of the over, and bowls, and Massoud is off the mark, flicks it down to fine leg. No, it just came off the pad, so he will retain strike, but it hit the pad. He's yet to get off the mark, and a much better over there for McIlroy. And he's bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 now for 22. Presumably, yeah, it'll be going to resume at that far end.
So, yeah, a good, as I say, healthy start, if you like, by Yorkshire in terms of that opening partnership. Not quite making the 3 figures. Adam Lyth on a good pitch when he got himself properly in. Will probably be kicking himself. And he's got the thick end of 900 runs in Championship cricket this season, which, as I was mentioning earlier, given the amount of time, upwards of 35% of Yorkshire's overs in this competition have been lost this season to the weather, then given that, it's still a good return, averaging over 50. Meanwhile, here comes Govin bowling to Massoud, who takes a delivery around about 4th stump and pushes it into the offside. Eddie Byram doing the fielding. There's a bit of breeze. The flags away on the pavilion away to the left are almost horizontal.
But nothing at the far end of the trees is still, aren't they?
Yeah, could do with a bit of breeze in here. Garvin in, and Sue just stepping across to the offside to try and flick that around the corner. Finlay Bean is a long way down, calling for the yes, and he's running to the danger end, you'd say.
Yes.
Shan Masood has been involved
Just looked
in
at
a few pickles this year.
Has he?
Running, yeah. Yeah, he can be susceptible. He was definitely not for running at all, and Finlay was saying, well, you know, I can get there easily, you just have to jog down. But the skipper not interested. Oh, good delivery this time from Garvin. He's going to be unlucky to concede 4 beneath our feet from an inside edge.
Another inside
flashed
edge,
past
yeah.
Chris Cook behind the stumps. He's standing up here. And just having a look at this one again for those who can see it. Angled in towards him. He's got an inside tickle. That would have been one of the great catches of all time if Cook had have been good enough to react quickly enough. As it turns out, 4 more. So Masood off the mark. Yorkshire ticked off the 3-figure mark, 103 for 1. Here comes Garvin again, and Masood this time opens the face and runs out to point, where it's fielded by Ben Kellaway. No run. Bit of hockey going on behind us, noticed at lunchtime.
All the sports starting off in the autumn now. Rugby, cricket, plenty of football to be had, well, since the end of July. So, and a few games of cricket, thankfully.
Garvin to Masood. Takes one around about off stump and drops it into the offside. No run. Facilities look superb there. The Institute of Sport, is it?
Sport,
next door, yeah. There were a group of runners this morning when I was bringing the kit in. 90 minutes or so before the start of play, and they were all ready to go off on, I don't know whether
Sunday
it was a park
morning run.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to them.
Off they trotted. Let's have a team photograph before they went. Garvin in, and Masood solidly behind this, turns it into the leg side to complete that over with Billy Root doing the fielding. 103 for 1. Masood on 4. Finlay Bean on 45. Interestingly, Shan Masood's got his full name up on the board there, but Finlay Bean doesn't. And I think there's the same number of letters across both names.
Yes. Yes, Shan Masood and then poor Bean. Better over from Garvin then after the first over, which was rather wayward, 2 boundaries, although there was a fortuitous boundary there for Sue to get off the mark when the inside edge went past the keeper. But, at that pace, Garvin really has to keep the ball on a length, otherwise he is going to be punished. The man from the extra cover boundary now has come in. 3 on the offside, saving a single. That's Jamie McIlroy. It's about to bowl, and he's about to bowl to Bean. In he comes and bowls. Bean plays a good length ball up towards Harris, who's fielding at mid-on. No run, 103 for 1 remains the score in the lovely afternoon here at Sophia Gardens. Sun shining, very warm outside. Not as warm as yesterday because that was the hottest day of summer. McIlroy turns, runs away from us now, gets close to the stumps, and it's down the leg side as an appeal, but that was not going to bother the umpire, and they trot through for a leg by.
It was fairly hot on the M4, Ed, and they closed the entire motorway for one junction.
I heard the Caldro, wasn't it, down as you got in off the M50?
Yeah. You
had to go through Newport then, I guess.
Some people were, but fortunately SatNav took me on an alternative route north of the M4 and back to it, and I was back on it in a few minutes.
Oh, good. There's a good length ball from McIlroy again. It's jabbed up towards mid-on. Yeah, that happened. I know the route actually because it happened to me last year. and I came off and went up around and did some corners up the top, and you came back
in,
and joined. Yeah.
Yeah, but it'd taken a while to get to that point to get off the thing in the first place.
Yeah. That's the last thing you want in a boiling 30-odd degree heat on a Saturday afternoon of all things. Here's McIlroy bowling a pretty useful spell here. Bowls, and that's nudged away straight to the covers by Sean Masood, and there's no run.
I do think, seriously, that the ECB should negotiate a golden highway for all commentators, so you can just get there without any stoppages. Because that's the one thing, isn't it, about the job when you're travelling around a lot. You get on the road and you think, oh yeah, it's 4 hours to Cardiff or whatever, and then you end up taking 6.
Well, I like to have Monday or Sunday starts, because Saturday and Sunday to me have been the best days for travelling, as the next ball is bowled and again is treated with respect by Masood. No run. Saturday, if I go to the Midlands, I always leave about 6 o'clock, and then it's an easy run. Sunday night basically the same. You get a few lorries on Sunday nights, but I've been fortunate this year and been to Leicester, Derby, and been pretty good.
You didn't grace us with your presence, did you, at Headingley earlier
No,
this
I
season?
didn't. In comes the next delivery. I knew you had a few people, one old mate of mine you had up there in Headingley. The Middlesex man, they call him, but of course he's a big supporter of...
Yeah. He was at Scarborough last week with us.
Yeah.
DT.
David Townsend, yes, a very old friend of mine, but I guess that you'd be mob-handed, and it's a pretty long journey, as you say. It's a good 4 hours to Leeds, so I gave that one a miss. I enjoy going to Derby simply because I think it's the best commentary box in the country.
I've only been once.
But you're down.
We never play there. We always at Chesterfield.
Ah, of course. Yeah, on the border.
So Gorvin to bowl here to Bean. Ball angled in towards the left-hander. Pushes it to mid-off. No run.
Because the days I went to Chesterfield, the pavilion, and up on the balcony, the PowerPoint for us used to be up there. It was a beautiful, straight down view. But now you're in a tent. Are you behind the arm or? No. I don't like tents because you sit in,
We're about 4th slip, 3rd slip, something like that. Well, it depends obviously which strip they play on, but yeah, at an angle. Gorvin wide on the crease. Bean stands tall to play this from the crease into the offside.
You're inevitably getting people poking their heads in and saying, "Are you radio?"
Yep.
Yeah, we've got a microphone.
Yeah, we're pretty much alongside where the players sit out. The Yorkshire players this year. We're just to our left.
They can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes. No, Derby's is absolutely superb. Ours is, of course, Leicester, which I enjoy.
Gorvin to Bean, who flicks this one to mid-wicket this time. Carlson fielding, no run. Yeah, I've only been to Derby once, and that was many years ago, reporting for Radio Leeds.
Oh, not the new one.
25 years ago, not the new. No.
I've been there over the years. 4 different spots I've commentated from.
We were drawn. We were due to play there in 2020 in COVID year. We did have a fixture at Derby, one of the white ball fixtures, but of course
that was all stopped.
Yeah. Now then, ball short of length, and Bean has helped it on its way around the corner to long leg. We'll pick up 1. Timed it pretty well again. 46 to him, 105 for 1. And save for that chop on by Adam Lyth off the bowling of Jamie McIlroy when he'd made 49. Not really been much in the way of scares so far for Yorkshire. Just Shan Masood's inside edge when he came in. His only scoring shot so far. He's got an opportunity to drive one square on the offside here and accepts it, but it's a good piece of fielding at point. And that prevents the run. Yeah, Ben Kellaway. Athletic effort.
Young man, you see. Nice to be 18 again, isn't it? Do you have 2 games left, or?
Yes.
After this, yeah.
Leicester next week away, and then finishing at Headingley against Worcestershire. So, may still have a say possibly in the outcome promotion-wise, because Worcester obviously up in second. Shan Masood works one backward of square on the leg side and will pick up a single. And, Otis Gibson's challenged Yorkshire to win the last 4 games.
And you finish higher than Derby if you do, and Derby don't have the best of results.
Yeah.
When they would have, what's it, 48 or 46 points? Yorkshire did
48.
48. That's a lot of points.
So end of the over, 106 for 1, Masood 5 and Bean 46.
So McIlroy will continue, and he's bowled a good spell since lunch, picked up the wicket of Live, and he will continue, and he will be bowling to Masood. Here he is in first ball, angles across him, he tries to flick it away, hits him on the pad, and there is no run. 2 slips, third man, cover mid-off and an extra cover on the drive there, and then on the onside fine leg is a little squarer than you'd expect, a straightish square leg, some 15-20 yards from the orthodox mid-on. 6-3 field then as McIlroy bowls, and this time it's just pushed away, and it seems that at times, we've seen it here on these pitches here, that when the batsman is ready, he's in the drive, then he'll check his shot. Or similarly, he's driven hard and it just trickles to short extra cover, which just epitomises the slowness of the pitch. Here's McIlroy in pass umpire Hartley. Bowls. This is the way they're going to go through for a very quick single. There's a response and they get there. And Masood judged it well, because even if he'd hit, he'd have been well home.
Lily says good opening partnership, good 49 by Adam Lyth. Finlay Bean batting really well. Hope he and Masood can keep building on Yorkshire's good start. I am loving listening to Edward Bevan, she says.
He or she?
Lily. She.
Oh, Lily. Hello, Lily. Thank you very much. Don't you like listening to Mr. Doidge then? I'm sure you do. Yeah, very, very fond of Yorkshire. Been up there so many times. I made some good friends there. Always a pleasure to go up to the Broadacres.
You'll have been around a few of the old outgrounds as well, haven't you, before things narrowed in that respect?
Harrogate, yes. Where else? Well, Harrogate and Scarborough, of course, many times. In comes the next ball. Hit him a little bit high in the pad. This is a good spell, in fairness to McIlroy, the senior bowler of this inexperienced attack. Just trying to think of the other.
Scarborough would be a fair drive from here, wouldn't it?
Yes, until
5
I found
hours, 5.5 hours.
Until I was given a new route by one of the press boys. I forget who it was now. Where you go over the Humber Bridge or whatever.
Oh, that way, yeah.
In comes the next ball, and it's defended this time by Bean. Good over yet again from the senior bowler, McIlroy, 107 for 1, because the other way, as you well know, you have to go up to Leeds, and then up to York, and then go on. Never ended. He never thought it was going to end. And where else did they used to play? Yorkshire, Harrogate, I went a few times.
Yeah.
Leeds, of course. Scarborough. York, they didn't play at those days.
You know.
So where else? Can't think of anything else.
Maybe Middlesbrough.
Yes. I'll tell you a story about Middlesbrough in a moment.
Gorvin bowling here to Masood, who gets a delivery wide of off stump, opens the face, and he's played a nice little push, which is going to be reeled in by Kellaway, but they've got back for 2.
In those days when the bright idea of playing a 3-day match would start on a Saturday and then you would play Sunday league match in the middle. So I set off to Middlesbrough on the Friday afternoon, which took an eternity. Played on the Saturday, everything back into the car, down to Trent Bridge.
No.
To play a Sunday league match. 6 o'clock Sunday night from Mottingham back to Middlesbrough.
Oh. He drew the short straw there, Gorvin in, and that's pushed into the offside by Masood, and fielded it mid-off, no run.
And then back, of course, for 2 days, jump in the car, Middlesbrough to Swansea. It's some ludicrous. I often experience, shall we say, I remember one, Glamorgan Somerset at Swansea 3-day match, Sunday League match, Taunton.
Wow. Gorvin in, it's wide of off stump and cut firmly by Masood. And again, I know he's not the fastest of bowlers, but comment on the slow pace of the pitch, because he stepped back to cut that one. Anybody quicker, of course, or if the pitch had been quicker, it might have been going backward of square. But it went fairly central out through the covers. A back foot punch and 4 more. 12 to Masood, 113 for 1.
You bowled a world-class batsman in this slow pitch. You pitch it short outside off stump. There's only one thing that happened.
Gorvin in again. And Masood drops it into the offside. Calls for the single, as he's so keen to do.
Bean better be on his
partner. Bean's
on his toes.
Yeah. He better be a good runner, Bean. Single to Masood there.
Any racing in the summer? Any racing commentaries or?
Not commentaries, but I've been doing a bit of presenting for a racing radio show, which is run by a well-known bookmaker.
Good.
Quite a bit of that, yeah. As Bean turns this one onto the leg side of straight. Billy Root fielding. I was at York the other week for the international, the ladies' day at York Races.
Right.
And I was in the studio the days either side of that. Went to Ripon recently as well, but of course with so much cricket it's not that easy, is it? After I'd been here last year, in fact, ended up going on to Force Last the following day.
Did you? That was easy enough.
Yeah, tick that box. Gorvin in and bowling to Bean, who's turned this one in front of square on the leg side for 1. 47 now to him. 115 for 1.
Question I've always wanted to ask you boys who do horse racing commentaries: do you go by the colours? If they're racing down and they're bunched going up the last 6 furlongs now, and where would you be situated? Where would you like to be? On the winning posts coming down at you, or back in the middle?
Yeah, you're always on the line, up in the gods, so there's an unimpaired view. And you just go by the colours. Obviously, you learn the colours. There might be other things where colours are similar. So you might, there might be a horse with a white, nose, something like that.
In comes McIlroy to start in the over. Ball ducks it in to Bean, who shovels it away. He's on 47. Played very good innings onto the offside there. And I suppose you've got a monitor there, because before the days of monitors, the Peter Sullivans were absolutely brilliant, weren't they?
Yeah.
You didn't have that. They used to have big, huge glasses and watch through that.
I think his great skill not only was the use of language. You knew exactly where everything was, didn't you, when he was in his heyday? But I think that steady build up to the crescendo of over the final fence or final hurdle, or coming to the final furlong in a flat race.
Yeah, just terrific. And I've always admired. I admire you to do that. I couldn't do it. Yes, McIlroy in bowls, and that's pitch around leg stump that helped in its way. And the man has been taken away from the offside and put at mid wicket, but he played it just a little bit finer. Did Bean, as he moves on to 48. 116 for 1. And there's motor car racing, and there's all sorts of different sports which I suppose you work at, and you learn exactly how to adjust and adapt to these different sports and how to commentate. Boxing is another one. One for 24 now, as in comes McIlroy bowls. It's pushed away, and Masood is on his way, but then even he decides this is not a run as he goes straight to mid-on.
I always think tennis commentary, you have to nail that. backhand, cross-court, forehand, volley,
Exactly.
blah, blah, and to get each shot spot on in the very short space of time before the next shot's played.
And the score.
So, yeah,
It's an art, isn't it?
Yeah.
In comes McIlroy, bowled short, pulled away, straight to the man there, fielding. Well, Hassan at short mid-wicket, and Masood rehearses the shot again. I can say rugby and rugby union, football and cricket are my only commentaries. I said a few weeks ago, I once was sent to a bowls championship down here where you park your car, having never seen a bowls match in my life. I had to go and ask people what happens when that little ball is hit, that white ball. This is played defensively back down the pitch, to which somebody said, the jack, you mean the jack? I said, well, is it the jack? I see. Not a very kind producer. Will you go down and just tell us the score? To which I said, I'll go down, but I'll try my best to give you the score. So bowls, that's my only claim to fame. Nick is chuckling in the back there. It wasn't easy. McIlroy bowls and Masood plays it away. Oh, and there could have been trouble there. He's at it again, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few of those around the country, but it must be a nightmare batting with him. At the end of the over, it's 116 for 1, 48 to Bean, who's been there since the start. His captain Masood is with him. He's 13, the only man out. Had him live, unfortunately for him. Played on to McIlroy for 49. Nick is going to come back in a moment. You replacing me, old boy? Yes, I think he is. Get out, he says. Okay.
And it's going to be Gorvin to continue at the river end. Bentley Bean, bit of gardening. And he comes in, continuing this angle of round the wicket. Bean driving back past him in his follow through. No run.
I think must be the contender for one of the most dramatic changes in weather conditions this season, because considering how miserable it was here at 10 o'clock, and it's now absolutely scorching down at the River Southend, Town Report, after a wander around the ground.
Yeah. Lovely day. Hot out there. Fairly warm in here as well, as Bean opens the face and runs it out backward a point. But there is a fielder there, Callaway, to prevent any addition to the score.
Yeah, I've whacked the aircon on.
The cloud that was around for long enough was largely dispersed. And that is around is much higher. Plenty of blue above. Gorvin in again, right arm round the wicket, and Bean will turn that one just in front of square on the leg side, past the would-be clutches of Kieran Carlson, gets a single, takes his score to 49. Masood back on strike then, and he would really love to produce a 3-figure score before the season's out. Get some opportunities by the looks of the bowling so far today to do that here. That was a shot that he probably should have angled better, timed it really well, but straight to cover.
Yeah, what happened with his 95 not out, his highest score? Did they win the game or ran out of partners or what? No?
95 not out.
Oh, perhaps I can't read my own writing.
I'll just check on that. I don't think he's been not out on 95.
It's just a smudge on my pen then.
Here's Gorvin. It's wide of off stump, and number 94. He might get to 95 here. He's just pushed one out into the covers though. He's a long way off 95 at the moment, but he's going to get 3 here to help his cause, taking him to 16. The score to 120 for 1. So his tally this season in just 12 innings in first class cricket is 452. No, you're right, 95 not out. against Derbyshire. Ah, yes. Go back to that in a moment. Finley Bean waits, and that is dropped into the offside. The first no ball of the match. Just revisit that. Nick?
It's all a bit of a blur by this stage of the season, isn't it?
Yes, because Yorkshire won by 3 wickets, and he was 95 not out, 112 balls, 12 fours that day at Chesterfield. Rescuing them really from 147 for 7, along with Dom Bess, who made 41. Has been solidly behind this one and pushing up the pitch. And Billy Root fielding to complete the over at 122 for 1. He then got 96 in the final one-day cup match at Radlett against Middlesex. But he sort of played well that day, and then the longer he went on, the less fluent he became. Sometimes you see that, don't you, where players battle themselves out of form. He wasn't timing it as well. He spoke to us afterwards, and he said, "No, I should have had 100 today. I just lost my timing as it went on." And at the point where they were expecting that injection towards the end, in actual fact, they lost a load of wickets.
England 46 for 4 after 10 overs against New Zealand. 3 early wickets for Trent Boult. As McIlroy runs away from us, bowls to Shan Masood, who clips it into the leg side, calls quickly for the single. Root fields. 123 for 1. Johnny Bairstow 6, Harry Brook 2, Joe Root no score, Ben Stokes 1. The top order went nowhere. Battler 25 not out, Moeen 12 not out. That's a 34 over match. England New Zealand at Southampton. McIlroy in, bowl full length, driven by Bean to mid-on. There's no run. Elsewhere in Division 2, Gloucestershire 132 for 3 against Derbyshire, who are Glamorgan's final opponents. 2 wickets to Lewis Rees. Sussex against promotion rivals Leicestershire, as McIlroy bowls and Bean drives into the offside. They call for through for a quick single. Carlson has a shy, misses from side on, and that is Finley Bean's half century, and it has come off 79 deliveries and included 6 fours.
Yep, and it's his second of the campaign to go with 300s.
So in decent enough time, Yorkshire going along at 3.82 runs and over. McIlroy into bowl. Masood whips it into the leg side. There'll be at least a single here. It's fielded in the deep by Eddie Byram, and a single is all it is. Adam Lyth got to 49 but no further. Chopping on to Jamie McIlroy. 90 balls he faced, also struck 6 boundaries. Bean faces up to McIlroy. Pulls, or tries to pull, and the ball bounces out on the offside. Off, I think, the thigh pad. Bean mistiming that shot. Sussex against Leicestershire. Sussex 195 for 6. 2 wickets apiece for Salisbury and Curry. No half centuries yet. Coles is 44 is the highest score for the home side at Hove. McIlroy bowls. Bean plays it back to him. No run. End of the over. 33 gone. 45 to go in this reduced day's play, as Dr. Haley confirms those details of Finley Bean's half century. Can he push on to make his 4th 100 of the season? Division 1, Kent against Notts. Kent among the strugglers, but not today. 202 for 1. Zach Crawley, 129 not out. Daniel Bell Drummond on 47. At Old Trafford, Middlesex, having been 19 for 5, and now 114 for 6, with opener Sam Robson still there on 46 not out. And Northants 90 for 2. Northants the bottom side. Away to Warwickshire. Rain stop play. Strange, Middlesex seemed so good when they were dispatching Glamorgan last September around this point of the season. But really completely failed to make any impact in Division 1.
Here's James Harris round the wicket, change of bowling to Masood, who pushes into the offside, no run. Andy Gorvin, the experiment, yielded 5 overs, no maidens, none for 28.
Yeah, James Harris will have to tidy up from his first spell when he went to run a ball.
Got himself a loosener under his belt, which was okay. And in he comes, and Masood flicking that one to mid-on. We'll pick up a single. We'll not pick up a single. We'll dot ball. Billy Root out there. Big yawning gap through mid-wicket. There's a man on the boundary which is rubbed off quite a way in from the stand away to our right. Deep backward square leg all the way. Third man all the way. Also a long leg in position. Harris in. Goes short. Masood pulls. And it's just going to be reeled in short of the long leg boundary. Return throw coming in from Jamie McIlroy. They got back for 2.
Yes, there was a somewhat strangled amount of panic in that shout from the middlers watching the ball like you. So clearly there was some element of doubt between the two batters out there.
Yeah, there's. It's just an interesting call. Sometimes is Shan, shall we say. Harris then. And he comes. This one angled in once more, taken from leg stump really, and diverted in front of square on the leg side by Masood for a single. 21 to him, 128 for 1.
I think when Glamorgan first faced him last season with Derbyshire, he was in such prolific form. I think he might have even had a 3-figure average at the time. So those celebrations when Glamorgan got him out for 60, I think it was in the first innings.
Finlay Bean, by the way, has passed 800 runs for the season in this innings. 815 now. And his average has just nudged up above 50 for the season. It's a pretty good start, isn't it, for your first full season of first-class cricket. Short ball here by Harris, well over the head of the Yorkshire left-hander, no run.
Surprised that hasn't been picked up by the umpires.
That was unhittable, really, wasn't it?
Certainly well above Finlay Bean's head there.
Final ball of the 34th then. Harris running towards our commentary position, straight, and into the leg side for Root to field to complete that 34th over then, with Masood 21, Bean 50, and Yorkshire 128 for 1.
Yes, Matt on Twitter asks, is there an element of the heart gone out of the Glamorgan side after losing the last game, mostly putting paid to promotion hopes, or just good batting? Well, there's been a fair degree of good batting, some rather unthreatening bowling, and a fairly placid pitch, a mixture of all three, as is so often the case. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come in a couple of minutes' time.
The substitute fielders for Glamorgan, Dan Danthwaite and Cian Davis.
So another change of bowling is that Ben Callaway, the youngest spinner, will have another blast from this Cathedral Road end. couple of players nipping off to switch boots and so on. 2 substitute fielders on. Dan Douthwaite wearing 88 over on the square leg boundary, and young Cian Davis is at cover. As forward comes Shan Masood, defends. Callaway fairly tight in his first spell, 6 overs for 14, but not so now, as that one is blasted over the head of mid-off by Shan Masood. He didn't get all of it, Masood, there, and mid-off fielder Kieran Carlson thought he was in business for a moment. He didn't manage to get a hand to it. It was well over his head, but Masood obviously making his mind up that he needed to have a go soon at the young spinner, and got away with it fairly safely, but Glamorgan might be heartened to see him playing such shots. 132 for 1 as Masood goes back to a regulation forward defensive, back to the bowler. Callaway round the wickets to the left-handers, and Shan Masood plays it back to him. There's no run. Masood to go. Went on to 25 with that boundary. Callaway bowling with a slip. Shortish fine leg. It's down the wicket comes Masood again. He's skied that one into the offside, but he's got away with it again as it lands halfway back to the boundary. Zain Ul Hassan coming in off the boundary. Radio update to come. Yorkshire 133 for 1 in this afternoon session. Finlay Bean is on 50 not out. The Pakistani test player Shan Masood is on 26 not out. Just one success for Glamorgan. Adam Lyth, who looks certain to get to a half century, dragged one on against the bowling of Jamie McIlroy for 49. Another couple of runs to the Yorkshire total there, 135 for 1. Those runs taken by Bean, down to third man. 135 for 1. And trying to think where we are in the game. About midway through the afternoon session, I suppose. All the times have changed several times. 5 to 4, we believe they're taking tea.
Yeah, we came back on at 10 past, so we've been out 50.
Yeah, about halfway
3
through
minutes.
the afternoon.
55 for 5 now, England, according to what your newsreader was just saying. After your update. Not a great day at the office so far then. Harris to continue at the River Taff end, and nicely played by Masood. Opened the face, run it out past point, and it's going to be dragged over in the end. An attempted flick back by Callaway, I think it was. But he's still laid prone on his back, having tumbled over the boundary and trying to get the ball back. Dan Douth went alongside. Nobody's obviously rushing out as a physio or anything to administer any treatment, but we have got a stoppage here.
Well, he just banged his head a bit on the ground as he tumbled over.
Possibly. Callaway
sitting up and not looking entirely in the best of shape, and Dan Douthwaite waving to the dressing room saying, yeah, I think a bit of treatment is needed for Ben Callaway. We'll have another look at this on the replay as it's cracked away through the offside by Shan Masood. Callaway had a chance of reaching it, flicked it back just inside the boundary, took the ball over with him eventually. There didn't seem any obvious impact of the head, did there?
Yeah, I think there was, yeah. Yeah, it was a bit of a crash as he first turned, and then he went around again, yeah.
So a check from Georgina Ewer, the physio. Obviously they'll be wary of any possible signs of concussion.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just seeing it again, slowed down for those who can't see it. Flicking the ball back and then bang,
yes.
the left-hand side of the head. He'd worked up a bit of a head of steam, hadn't he? So
he hit the ground fairly hard on that first go. So it could be a possibility, I suppose, that concussion is ruled for that. Having hit his head, as you said, fairly firmly. It was the initial contact as he dived. It was a good effort. Got the ball within the boundary, but as he tried to scoop it back infield, it came back with him. And there's a long chat between physios and Ben Callaway, and Glamorgan will need another subfielder from somewhere.
In the meantime, Big Mickey Edwards, has been out with his fluorescent tabard on to administer the drinks. I think a drink to Findlay Bean. Don't think Shan Masood seemed to want one.
Well, maybe one of the bowlers has got back on after a change of boots. Kieran Carlson is warming up for a possible spell.
Here's Harris as play gets back underway, bowling to Masood, flicking that one through mid-wicket, and they're going to come back for 2. Still receiving some treatment. He's getting back to his feet now, Ben Callaway. Just taking his time, maybe a little dazed, and in fact it doesn't look like he's going to come immediately back onto the field. So another slight pause between deliveries. Harris makes his way in once again, bowling to Masood, who drives back down the pitch. Got a half a hand on that one, Harris, which probably saved him 4 because it was struck pretty firmly. And then wouldn't be Billy Root's finest. Was it Billy Root? Kieran Carlson, finest throw.
Well, that was some rather odd cricket all round. Masood came about 10 metres down the wicket. Carlson pinched it from in front of Root, and then probably turned in his worst throw of the season. As Masood continues his efforts to cause interesting moments between the two batters.
It allowed Chris Cook to get a few more steps in away to his right to clean up. Harris then in again, and Masood gets a better delivery this time that just tightens him up slightly. He's nudged that into the leg side where Sam northeast. I think just about for the first time today I can recall him touching the ball in the field. Come out of slip, and he's gone into short straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think he made possibly one save earlier on when you were off commentary, but hasn't had an awful lot to do.
So 141 for 1-2 left in the 36th over. Harris in again, and Masood pushes into the offside just to the right of Carlson, who tries to throw down the stumps and misses. Masood gets a single. Yeah, sometimes it sort of feels like, you know, when you're watching youngsters playing and they hit a good shot and they just think, that's it, I've struck it well, so I'm going to run.
Yep.
That's the sort of feeling you get. When Shan on strike in particular. He's on 33 now from 44, been on 52, waits for the final ball of the over. Standing tall, Harris comes into him and he's punched that one away, short and wide. Lovely shot by Findlay Bean, that really is. Just timed it superbly, used the pace of the ball, and it's raced away for 4 more. So 56 to him, 146 for 1.
That's half century up for poor old James Harris in just 8 overs. So he's suffering. Jamie McIlroy is now back on the field after presumably no more than a change of boots at the end of his spell. So Kean Davis, the young second 11 player, jogs off. Kieran Carlson will replace Ben Callaway, who remains off the field after that head knock. So Dan Douthwaite is still on, wearing 88 at deep square, but Kieran Carlson, one off spinner for another, for Ben Callaway. Carlson with just 7 wickets at 77 this season.
He just flexed at the left knee, Nick, as if he doesn't appear to be walking that well, Kieran Carlson. He's got a stripe down the knee, so maybe from a piece of fielding he's done at some point during today.
He has played in every Glamorgan game this season. He's in to bowl to Shan Masood on 33 not out. Gives it a little bit of air. Masood stretches forward. Decent enough start from Carlson, who sort of bowled long spells now and then. And he comes, and next one squirted away on the offside, no run. So turned himself into quite a decent one-day cup bowler in the last couple of seasons. As he bowls again, and Shan Masood steers it out on the offside. No run. But there was a long time, Carlson having made his debut at 18 and got a 5 for at Northampton on debut on a raging Bunsen burner of a wicket, then hardly took another wicket for several seasons. It's all very strange. As that one's nurdled away on the offside by Shan Masood. No run. Tidy enough start from Carlson then. I just wonder who Glamorgan might have in mind as a concussion sub, should one be needed. As down the wicket comes Shan Masood and sends that one skimming low and hard over mid-on. It has bounced before it hit the ropes, but some vigour in that shot from Shan Masood. Smashed away for 4.
Yep, showed last week at Scarborough actually from the P-Zone Park end where the con box is that he wants to use his feet against the spinners, and he crashed a big 6 on top of the press box roof, which bounced onto our roof.
Wow. Disappeared
out of the ground, and then another one hit the very back wall just to the other side of the onside of straight, similar to that one he's just played.
150 up for Yorkshire, just 1 wicket down, as Carlson again gives it a little bit of air, and Masood therefore is forward defending to short cover. 150 for 1. Shan Masood has 37, Bean has 56.
And that 4 of course took him past a half-century partnership.
Did indeed. 98 was the fall of the first wicket. I just wonder where Glamorgan go in terms of a substitute if one is needed, because Callaway's due to bat at 8 and bowl off spin. Well, there isn't an obvious like for like on the staff, you would have thought.
So Bean on strike, and it's going to be Harris continuing. And Bean just punching into the offside here. Juggled by Douthwaite in the covers, no run.
Douthwaite's obviously the 12th man, and would bat in a similar position in this Glamorgan side, but would bowl seam rather than spin. So how strict the regulations are on being exact like for like, I'm not sure.
Well, the man who's on strike now was a concussion substitute himself in the 1 wicket defeat by Durham up at Chester Street back in May. Finlay Bean, he pushes this one out to mid-off, no run. That was a match that he missed out on selection in because Yorkshire had both Saud Shakeel and Shai Hope, and it was Shakeel who was substituted for concussion, much to the annoyance of my our colleague. And Finlay Bean came in and of course managed to score a few more than Saud Shakeel did in the second innings. He's trying to whip this one off his legs, but misses out, and it is a leg by, signalled by umpire Mark Newell. I think when it first came in, not sure if Yorkshire were the first team or involved in the first match or not, but certainly it was very early on in the season when concussion subs first came in. They were at the Aegeus Bowl, and Ian Holland was a concussion substitute for, I think it was Lewis McManus, and he was out first ball. Came in and got out first ball. Harris then, with 3 to come in the over, bowling here to Masood, I should say. Short, pulled by Shan Masood. That's a very well executed pull shot as well. Didn't really appear to put much effort in that, just that lovely swivel from the crease and right over the top of it, and timing was superb there. He's on to 41. In danger of catching Finlay being pretty quickly here. 155 for 1. Not that Finlay will mind about that at all.
Yeah, it was a concussion substitute by Worcestershire against Glamorgan last year when Taylor Cornell got a bang on the head, completed his innings, but was then ruled out when he showed symptoms on that evening.
Here's Harris again. Masood flicking off the legs this time. Will pick up a single. That's a deep backward square. There was also a concussion substitute in Yorkshire's win against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Saranga Lakmal was retired out in the second innings, and with no like-for-like replacement around, Zach Chappell came in, but he was deemed too good to bat at that stage because it was right at the end of the innings, so they ended up being all out for 9 down as Bean punches one back to Harris to complete the over at 156 for 1. So yeah, 453 for 9 at the point that Lakmal was out. Chappell was allowed to play and bowl, but wasn't allowed to bat because he was deemed, superior, significantly superior, whatever, to Lakmal.
Peculiar. I mean, difficult to read Callaway's status in that it's only his second first-class match. Hey ho, we shall see. Hopefully he'll be okay and return later in the day. As Kieran Carlson pull his second over. 156 for 1. Masood looking ominous as he cuts that one but doesn't time it. Eddie Byram is in at cover since Carlson is bowling, though he has hit over the top a couple of times, Masood, so possibility that mid-on or mid-off could be in business. They're both around about halfway back. Mid-off just a little further up. Floated by Carlson but driven all along the ground by Masood this time, and that one won't be cut off by the charging McIlroy. And Shan Masood making his way up very quickly to 42 not out as he dispatched that one firmly. 160 for 1.
Yeah, good use of feet. Pete Bandmaid's fan, by the way, is asking if Ed had ever been to Abbeydale when you were talking about Yorkshire outgrounds. Ed is come in the back of the box. No, is the answer, Pete.
Carlson, right arm around, bowls shorter, flatter, and cut away by Masood into the offside. Billy Root fields from point, single. 161 for 1. England 74 for 5 at the start of the 17th over, out of 34 against New Zealand, so they'll be struggling to post anything defendable there. Has been drives to deep mid-off, easy single taken. Butler bowled by Mitchell Santner for 30, was the 5th wicket to fall after England had been 28 for 4. 55 for 5 Moeen Ali and Liam Livingstone trying to put together the partnership at the moment. As Carlson in, bowls, flat batted into the offside by Shan Masood to move to 48 not out, 163 for 1. And after just a A little slowdown while Sean Massoon played himself in. He's quickly hit top gear. He's almost up to a runner ball. And that one is swept by Finlay Bean, and he will pick up a couple of runs down to backward square. The throw comes in quickly but not accurately from the deep. Bean moves on to 59. Sean Massoud has 48. He'll be on strike because that's the end of the over. 165 for 1. The other two games in Division 2, Sussex against Leicestershire. Sussex 213 for 7. Hudson Prentice 46 not out, the highest score there. Leicestershire still in the promotion shake-up. And at Bristol Gloucestershire 157 for 3 against Derbyshire. Edward Bevan is back with us, or will be very shortly, as James Harris will continue his so far fruitless efforts from the River Taff end. Don't think we've had a concussion substitute for Glamorgan that I can remember.
Oh, this Labuschagne was a test match, remember?
Yes, absolutely. Test match.
And
again last week in some style.
Got 100 T20 game, I think, or 50 over. Yes, Harris's first ball is clipped away by Massoud up to a deep mid-wicket. Always anxious for runs, but he'll only get a single as the return comes in. 166 for 1, and signs of 450 plus already. Unless Glamorgan can do something or bowl better than they have done. It's the lack of aggression, the lack of pace, the lack of anything really. It's been disappointing to watch, I'm afraid, Nick. Here's Harris, he's round the wicket to Bean and bowls to him, and he clips this in the same direction, just perhaps a little bit finer where, well, Hassan feels, and there is another single.
Yeah, Manus Labuschagne made 80 not out as a concussion sub last week at Bloemfontein, and helped an Australian recovery. Yes,
8 or 9.
Yeah, with Ashton Agar, they made a century partnership to win that game.
Got 100 yesterday. Massoud waits from the river end. Harris bowls, and again he's bowling that leg stump line. It's clipped away in the onside, and that's the applause coming up for Shah Massoud's pretty rapid
58 balls.
Yeah. And, he gives the impression as captain, right, I'm going to set my marker now. I want to get these runs as quickly as possible, give our bowlers time to try and get a win.
7 fours.
Jonathan say that Otis Gibson, former Glamorgan player, of course, has said the Yorkshire coach has told his team he wants to win the last 4 games and finish off the bottom. In comes this ball to Bean, and Bean plays it away to mid on, and that's running away. And they'll think of a second, then think the better of it, because it's Carlson who's after the ball, and there's only a single.
Yeah, the women's match at Taunton has seen Northern Diamonds pile up 281 for 3 and 43 overs reduced by rain. Lauren Winfield Hill made 83, and Leah Dobson 68 not out for the Northern Diamonds. Big chase for Western Storm.
Here is Harris over the wicket, bowled. Sue drives powerfully but straight. That's the fielder. Fielding at backward point. We've got Mr. Douthwaite on the field, and there's another one, isn't there? So it's
Cian Davis was on, but no longer.
Right.
He is the numberless player, should he be called upon to field again, which I expect he will be.
Last ball of the over. Harris bowls down the leg side, clipped away, down towards fine leg. It'll be fielded just inside by McIlroy, but they'll gather 2 quite easily as the return comes in over Chris Cook's head. So the run's coming quite easily. That's the end of Harris is over, and he has now bowled 10 overs for 62 runs. So he's been going at 6 and over, and really the batsmen have been doing exactly what they wanted on this very placid pitch. against some not very threatening bowling, it has to be said.
Cian Davis is on again as a sub and given the task of showing the ball to umpire Newell.
It was changed after 7.
It was, and it's going to be changed again after 40 by the look of it.
So much for the balls have improved this season.
Well, we've had a lot fewer changes overall, haven't we?
But still,
I think
the second batch don't seem to be very good.
It's the Friday afternoon balls off the production line, or the wrong sort of cows, or whatever it was last
the polish
season.
isn't quite 100%.
171 for 1. Shan Masood 52 not out. Finlay Bean 61 not out. Adam Lyth, the only man out, bowled, played on to Jamie McIlroy for 49. That was 98 for 1 in the 25th over. But the run rate has gone up, if anything, since then. And it's 4.28 runs per over. If you want to tweet us at Jonathan Doidge, at Nick Webb 2017.
Japan have just won their first game.
Beat Chile, who are debutants in the tournament.
Scotland are due now, aren't they? Around now.
Japan 42, Chile 12. The early scores. Scotland are next up at 4:45. Sorry, just the 3 games today. There were 4 yesterday.
And tonight we have
Wales Fiji 8 o'clock. BBC Radio Wales and BBC Sport Online from Bordeaux. Kieran Carlson ran the wickets to Bean, who drives into the offside, fielded by sub Cian Davis. No run. Kieran Carlson has taken on quite a lot of thankless bowling for Glamorgan.
He has in
this season. As that one turns a little bit, Bean watches it onto the bat, defends it to Gorvin at mid-on, and there's no run. But I suppose it's an issue that's developed in a lot of counties over the last couple of seasons, not just Glamorgan. As Carlson bowls down, the wicket comes Bean, and he's got in plenty of that. It's safe. It bounces just a metre inside the boundary. First bounce over the ropes for 4. McIlroy can do nothing to prevent it. 175 for 1. Had McIlroy been standing on the boundary, he'd probably have caught that. But obviously Finlay Bean following the example of his captain Shan Masood in hitting over the top.
He's probably been told by his captain. Well, get these runs quickly.
As that's down leg side, Carlson has a very optimistic appeal for leg before, and there's no run.
Hope the desperation, I think.
Yes, he'd have had to spin that ball very sharply to get any joy out of that shout. Carlson in, bowls to Bean, who steers it away to backward point. Byram Fields no run.
Well, looking at Glamorgan's batting lineup, if this pitch stays like this, surely there shouldn't be any problems for them batting. But you know, you just don't know with Glamorgan these days.
Scoreboard pressure and all that.
Yeah, day and a half in the field.
Carlson bowls down leg side, swept away for 4. I think he's got some bat on that. No, 4 byes. Chris Cook completely unsighted there as Carlson fired one down leg side. May well have turned a bit because it ended up directly behind the stumps, heading away to the ropes at the River Taff end. 179 for 1. Our Yorkshire in just 41 overs.
They're making up for the lost overs this morning.
Yeah, 18 lost in the day. 78 overs should be bowled today, as Shan Masood is just getting a drink. So 4 off the bat, straight to one end of the ground, and 4 byes straight to the other end of the ground. You could probably both those hit the boundary in line with the pitch, I'd say.
We're directly behind the pitch here, the test match, or not the test match, the one-day international pitch was last Friday. Couldn't have a better view to give our comments and our opinions on LBWs, Nick.
Indeed, we can be well informed for once. Zain Ul Hassan to replace James Harris at the River Taff end.
0 for 17 of his 5 overs. We probably describe him as a fill-in, just to bowl a few overs and give somebody a rest. Does take the odd wicket or two, but you would not say he's a first change seamer.
No, it's a Glamorgan side that is short on strike bowling, isn't it?
He's coming around the wicket and he is bowling to Masood. And he bowls his first ball and Masood drives out to cover. There's a good stop there by the substitute fielder. He's the diminutive lad. Is that Cian Davis, you said?
Cian Davis.
No name for me.
Nephew of Mark Davis, who was on the Glamorgan staff.
Left arm spinner from McIlroy.
And playing for the Wales over 50s side these days.
Yes, Sparky. Yes, good lad. And he comes again. This time he's pitched on leg stump, and there's a misfield there at short mid wicket, and one of the old wickets there by Sam Northeast.
Not to be confused with the former Somerset bowler Mark Davis, who's part of our commentary team over in Taunton.
No. Former head of cricket at that well-known public school, Millfield, for many years. Probably taught Dean Koska how to bowl that left arm spin down there. It's pushed away, they go for a quick single and they should get there, yes. Good running there. Good backing up. 181 for 1. Masood is 53. Bean is 66. A little bit of cloud cover coming over.
Glamorgan's bowlers need all the help they can get at the moment.
And of course there won't be a new ball today.
I was surprised they didn't get more help from the conditions in the morning, really.
Then comes the next ball. That's pushed away into the deep gully. Just the one slip now. Whether you need that is debatable. Little flutter of the 3 flags, the Yorkshire flag, the Glamorgan flag, and a Vraig Goch, Welsh Dragon. Ul Hassan comes round the wicket, bowls. This is driven away up towards mid-on. There's no run. Plenty of Welsh sporting action tonight, as we've mentioned, as Wales are playing Fiji in the World Cup, and I think it's Tuesday night. Wales play Latvia away, an important World Cup qualification. Week 1 for 4 days. Anything else I can offer this weekend? Great North Run. A lot of Welsh people take part in that tonight. Round the wicket comes the next ball. On a length, pushed up to mid-off. And that is the end of yet another over. Shah Masood is 53-66 to Bean. He's been there since the start. Very well positioned at 181 for 6. And the scoring rate is 4.3 runs and over.
181 for 1. Yeah, the football's tomorrow night, actually.
It's tomorrow, is it?
7:45 kick-off in Latvia in that European qualifier. Monday, 7:45, commentary on BBC Radio Wales. And our reporting team have got there after some considerable delays yesterday.
Well, I read that one of them was 12 hours.
One of our colleagues tweeting a picture from the aircraft landing in Riga. Carlson bowls, slapped away by Finlay Bean. He will pick up runs down towards backward point, just the two of them, as Eddie Byram is able to field just inside the boundary. Throws to the non-striker's end, just in case Masood was idling on his way, but he wasn't. And Bean picks up 2 more, 183 for 1. Bean has 68 not out. Carlson, half a dozen paces round the wickets, whipped away wristily by Bean on the leg side. Takes a single out to mid-wicket. 184 for 1, Bean to 69 not out. Shamsu checking his guard. Mid-off is about halfway back. Mid-on is, say, 2/3 the way back.
I never see the point of that.
Carlson bowls, driven up towards mid-off. There's an easy single there.
I was just about to say, you're pushing it off. He's only halfway back. There's a single. Put him back on the boundary. He's still only going to get a single. But if he has a dart and tries to hit him over the top for 6, he will not try and do it.
Bean on strike. Carlson bowls, back on his stumps, playing out into covers. Sub Davis fields, no run. I suppose Masood just about cleared the fielders with those 2 shots he's played over the top. It's an invitation, isn't it? And I hope that the batter will miss hit slightly. Carlson bowls, hit away on the leg side, down towards backward square. Billy Root with the dive, in vain. 4 more to Finlay Bean as Carlson strays down leg side.
They're just picking them off, aren't they?
189 for 1. He's not quite consistent enough, Carlson, as he is a man who hasn't bowled regularly through his career.
Well,
it's almost like having a leg spinner where you expect one bad ball and over.
Yes, and you've got to sympathise with him, Nick, because he's leading the side, you know, and he's the leading batsman. Why should he have to be pressed into being, you know, an off spinner when he's not a regular off spinner? I think it's totally unfair at him.
Trying to turn himself into one, as that one's worked away by Bean down towards backward square. Not as hard this time, and it is just a single. 191 for 1. Bean goes to 74 not out. Shan Masood is 54 not out. 18 minutes away from the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online. Just 1 wicket taken by Glamorgan in the afternoon session, and not many alarms for Yorkshire at the moment as they look to pile up potentially maximum batting points here in Cardiff.
Yes, and they're playing very positively, aren't they? Going at almost 4.5 and over, 4.42. And they'll step on the gas because they've got, one exceptional player there, Shan Masood, who scores quickly. And we'll try and get those runs and get at Glamorgan then, because although Glamorgan do have a strong batting lineup, they haven't really flourished recently. Poor, I thought, at Worcester. An awkward pitch, but poor shots played. Oh, Hassan starts another over down the leg side, helped on its way, and it's going to be stopped just inside by McIlroy, and they take 2 runs and 2 leg byes.
Yeah, World Rugby has apparently apologised to fans this afternoon for scenes outside the Stade de Marseille for England's match last night.
Couldn't get in, did they?
A lot of people were late getting in because of the poor entry arrangements.
He's coming in now, round the wicket. Appeal for LBW, which is not given. That was drifting down.
It wasn't a hugely elegant shot.
He's, you know, they're just playing positively now.
As they go through for single, we'll have a look on the replay. Yeah, just about going down, but worth an inquiry. Probably struck from in front of middle, but there's quite an angle, isn't there, with the right armour bowling around the wicket to the left-handed bat.
These umpires done pretty well today. Well, Hassan from the river end, he's coming round the wicket and bowls. Oh, and that deceives the batsman then. Didn't really know much about that in Shan Masood. He seemed to get in 2 minds as whether he might have struck something on a length.
It's just a fraction of movement from Masood from Al Hassan off the pitch to
maybe a bit of
Masood.
Reverse swing, as they say these days. and asked me to explain it. I was explained once, and somebody said to me, a first-class bowler, just an in-swinger. Leave it at that. Well, Hassan comes in past the umpire and bowls, and it's driven away past cover. It's a long chase for Carlson up towards the extra cover boundary. The ball might just win here. It does. So another boundary. Must have some boundaries scored this afternoon. 197 for 1.
We've already had 111 runs in the session for the loss of the one wicket in just under 22 overs, so they're going at 5 runs and over in this session.
I don't know, it's easy to say, but we have discussed it, Nick, about this dearth of bowling at Glamorgan. Here comes Al Hassan, bowls, and this pushed away this time a better length, but there's 2 runs because it's a no ball. Yeah.
Well, Yorkshire, you would have thought, would be big favourites to get to 450 and maximum points, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Not quite sure. Applauding because they're still one short of 200, and as we've just about worked out by now, that's not a batting point this season.
Especially the Yorkies, they know this is important. The supporters down in front of us. Al Hassan bowls, and this time is driven up towards mid-on, where will there be no run?
Yeah, there are a lot of questions asked by Irish supporters about the arrangements in Bordeaux yesterday. Long queues to get in, apparently, and then the temperatures were very difficult for the spectators, with who are directly in the sunlight there. I suppose there's not much the organisers can do about that.
Just take a big, large hat. Plenty of water with you. Al Hassan bowls to Sham. Masood pushes out into the covers. The umpire said that's the end of the over. And Yorkshire 199 for 1. Masood leading the way, even though he hasn't scored as many as Bean. Bean's on 79. And Masood, much quicker scoring, though he's on 58. And Yorkshire, as you say, will be getting up, even though the 17 overs were lost, and try and gallop away. Although there's a few showers for tomorrow and Wednesday, aren't there? There's lurking showers somewhere.
Yeah, mixed forecast. We may get interruptions tomorrow. We probably will on Tuesday. As Carlson, with already a slightly weary trudge, lively character though he usually is in the field, is having to carry on into his 5th over. He's already gone for 26 runs.
Leaking runs, aren't we?
Callaway, 7 overs, went at 3 and over, but he's gone off for concussion checks. As Finlay Bean brings up the 200 for Yorkshire in just the 45th over, as he cuts one away into the offside for a comfortable single. Run rate 4.5 now. Over 5 in the session. Carlson bowls. More runs? No, it's just a single, and there's an appeal for a run out as Shan Masood swept it down to a short fine leg. It was well fielded by Al Hassan, and Masood was very slow taking off. Bean was virtually level with him by the time that Masood responded, having wandered down the pitch and then stopped. Al Hassan, had he thrown to the non-striker's end, might have had some joy, as that is lobbed up on the onside. Bean gets away with one just past the shortish mid-wicket. Single taken, 202 for 1. So a couple of dodgy moments for Yorkshire there. First the miscommunication running, and then the miss-hit shot from Bean. But nothing in the way of drop chances that I've noticed anyway. As Carlson bowls, Masood forward defending. No run. Clock on the Civic Hall strikes 1:45 in the distance. 10 minutes still. Glamorgan can get into the dressing rooms and have a conversation about what to do differently.
Nothing much. Just
Masood
bowl straight down on the
drives to
length.
cover. No run. Bit of turn, do you think, Edward? Fairly gentle.
Very gentle, as you say, very slow turn. I should expect on this pitch.
Used for the ODI on Friday. Carlson bowls, and Masood started to come down the wicket. Carlson fired it at his boots, but he managed to work it away for a single to root it square leg nonetheless. 203 for 1. 4 singles off the Carlson over. Hopefully it'll be somewhat more temperate for the Welsh supporters in Bordeaux, with a 9 o'clock kick-off local time compared to the Irish who were out there in the heat of the afternoon yesterday.
Still pretty hot at that time though, isn't it?
Might be quite muggy.
Let's hope we have a better spectacle than we had last night.
Well, yeah, but you'd take Wales with any sort of win really against Fiji.
Yes.
Any sort of spectacle. 3-0 will do.
Here comes start of another over, and it's saying they're thinking of going for a single. They'll have to hurry, but there's good judgment there really, because they were there with plenty of time, even though the stumps were knocked over.
Yeah, Cian Davis striking the stumps.
Yeah.
I think it's the first shy that's hit the stumps today, isn't it? In the ODI, England 124 for 6 towards the end of the 23rd over.
How many overs is there?
So they've got 11 left. It's 34 over game.
Well, Hassan comes in from the river end, bowls, short, pulled away up towards mid wicket, and that's going to be 4 runs as it evades Eddie Byron at the very last moment. A very good effort, but you've got a medium pace bowler of gentle speed, bowls a half trucker. What do you really expect, as that was pulled away for 4? And they're just scoring at will here. 208 for 1. Kieran Carlson must be saying, what on earth can I do to try and stem this up? Pinch a wicket from somewhere.
Wow, New Zealand had plenty of wickets early on. 3 from Trent Boult. Moeen Ali 33, the last man out. Liam Livingstone is still there, 47 not out.
All Hassan bowls, and this is straighter, but it's pushed away to the covers and there's no run.
Shame that England couldn't make it a closer contest here in Cardiff. I thought half time that 291 looked a reasonable enough score.
Outplayed, weren't they?
Certainly were 4 half-century runs in the England ranks and 2 centuries in New Zealand's.
All Hassan bowled short, pulled away down to fine leg. They go through for a single. 1 ball left of this over. Well, Hassan must be wondering, well, they wanted an opening batsman, so I filled that. They wanted a 3rd or 4th seam. I filled that job. What's the next? If Chris Cook gets hurt, we have to keep wicket. And he comes again to complete the over. That's played firmly. Carlson intercepts. End of the over, and it's 209 for 1. I miscounted, I'm afraid. There's 1 ball left. I'd be no good as an umpire counting.
You haven't been watching the franchise stuff, Edward, of the 5 ball overs?
Yes, I have. I've watched 2 balls, and then I realised I was on the wrong station and switched hurriedly over. Short cutaway, straight to deep gully. End of the over it is this time, and the score is 209 for 1. 61 Shan Masood, and Finlay Bean is 82. 209 for 1. Was he given the price of horses then, 5 to 4? Or was it the tea interval?
It's the tea interval on this occasion. Glamorgan have something nutritious in theirs, because there's precious little joy out on the field. Yorkshire, The tea will taste sweet.
Yorkshire tea?
Probably.
There are other brands available.
If anyone drinks tea in the dressing room these days, it's probably isotonic drinks all round for the batters to get the right sort of replacement fluid. Kieran Carlson will bowl probably the penultimate over before tea, and Bean is forward defending. And there is no run. Some of the Yorkshire staff on a walk around the ground. They'll be enjoying the view of the scoreboard as they pass it. 209 for 1. Carlson bowls full toss, swept, but Bean missing out there rather, as he swept it straight to root at deep backward square, and they only take the single. 210 for 1.
That Matthew Maynard sitting down there on the one-day sort of seats away to our left.
The hat looks right, yeah.
Yeah, looking on his own as if to say, where can I get these boys to take some wickets?
Carlson bowls, it's driven back to him, not timed by Masood. No run. Might be contemplating having to bring on a concussion sub if young Ben McIlroy is still suffering.
Douthwaite, I suppose, would have to be.
Next ball is a dot ball played by Shan Masood to short mid-wicket. I'm not sure how exact they have to be on the requirements, because obviously Douthwaite would bat about the same position in all-rounder, but a seam rather than a spinner. Driven by Masood up to long on, single taken.
I don't think they could make much difference to the score.
Well, with Andrew Salter retired, unless they call him off the beach, then there isn't an exact like for like. Sisodia is obviously a spinner, but he tends to bat at 10 or 11. Carlson bowls down leg side, that'll be 4 more. Whether off bat or not, yes, a bit of bat involved, and Bean moves up to 87, and Yorkshire on to 215 for 1. Has just really had to help that away, get something on it, bat, boot, or just dummy the keeper, and it goes for 4 either way.
Yep.
215 for 1, a last over before the tea interval here on BBC
Do you remember
Sport
the lunch
Online.
score?
Lunch score was 86 for 0 off 22.
130 or this.
So yeah, 129 for 1 in the afternoon in 25 overs at the moment.
The last over to be bowled by Ul Hussain, and he bowls, and this is clipped away on the onside for a single by Masood. So Ul Hussain 0 for 33 off 8. In the circumstances, not too bad figures. I know he's going at 4s, but compared to some of the other figures.
Yeah, Callaway went at 3 before his early departure. McIlroy by far the tidiest, 1 for 27 off 11 overs.
Ul Hussain in and bowls, and has played away out to mid-off. Just wonder why he's bowling around the wicket, trying to angle it in, I suppose, to the left-handers.
Yeah, they've bowled quite a lot around the wicket, but you just think that probably time to change and give him a different line to worry about.
You addressing the nation?
4 o'clock, yes, update for BBC Radio Wales, but that'll be during the interval.
Here's the next ball. Down leg side again. Clipped away for a single. McIlroy fields. I see him bowl after tea, as usual. And I think it's fair to say, with the only hope that Glamorgan have got a ticket, rests on Jamie McIlroy's shoulders.
Well, he's got the only wicket so far, albeit that was a bit of a drag on, but he has been far more economical than most of the rest.
Ul Hussain, quite brisk. Bowls. Cut away backward of square, but straight to a fielder.
Yeah, 2 replacement balls and possibly 1 replacement player today.
Unless they wait until the tea interval and then we'll have this full explanation. He went tumbling, didn't he?
Yeah, gave his head a bump on the first impact.
A good length ball this time is pushed back down the pitch. You just have the one ball left before the tea interval. Well, I hope the cakes have arrived.
Expect they will have.
I said to you I was listening to you on Corfu Beach last week, which was, and a lot of the other people were rather interested too.
I'm pleased to hear it.
On the phone. Last ball, in it comes, bowls, and this is pushed to mid-on. End of a very good session there for Yorkshire. They will have tea at 217 for 1. There are 30 overs left remaining, and Bean has been there since the start on 88. 63 to the captain, Sean Masood. Glamorgan, Nick Webb have lots of work to do.
Indeed so. We'll describe it to you in just under 20 minutes.
I've got some latest scores from elsewhere around the country. All of these games, like here at Sophia Gardens, are in their first day. So we'll start once again at Edgbaston, where they've been on and off for rain. Northamptonshire put into bat by Warwickshire currently 123 for 2. At home, no rain on the south coast, and Sussex have moved on to 231 for 7. That's after being invited to bat by Worcestershire. There's been rain and bad light at Bristol, 45 overs so far there today, with Gloucestershire currently 179 for 4. That's against Derbyshire. At Old Trafford, a little bit of weather interference, but Middlesex have slipped to 124 for 7. That's after opting to bat first against Lancashire. The other game taking place today is at the Spitfire St Lawrence. No weather interruptions there with Kent. 260 for 3. That's against Watford. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, they're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan yearbook. You can also buy a yearbook and much, much more from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. The club shop will be open until just a turn of 5 o'clock. It's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and recently published cricket books. Finally, a reminder about refreshments that food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. Food and drink is also available from the mobile unit beneath the Castor Harold stand. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the National Cricket Stand.
not saying I'd agree with that, but that's what we've done already. When we've had no chance to get inside some penalty yellow or whatever. Yeah, yeah. I think Craig's right, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, we did have a chance that year. Didn't ban himself up, somebody ran him out. No, exactly.
The longest he got.
Oh, remember that? I was there, yeah, you were there. We have to have a test. Dragging his back at them. Dragging's not a bit somewhere. What did we do?
Play, really
I got the track, is it Craig Braithwaite?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. A long way, but I don't think it's far enough to make any money for anyone yet. Unlike football, now clearly done. Do you remember our friend Gareth?
Gareth, yes.
You know he passed away?
Yes.
Yeah, about 3 years ago, yeah. He's a chubby guy, all day. Somebody managed to get used to that. Shocking.
Yes.
And then your friend just told me about Gareth.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah. Well,
Yorkshire 217 for 1 at tea. A difficult second session for Glamorgan's bowlers, who is under the pump. Only one success so far. Jamie McIlroy bowling Adam Lyth for 49, but Finlay Bean, the young opener, is still there on 88 not out, and the captain Shan Masood, the Pakistani test player, is 63 not out. Glamorgan not helped by losing the young spinner Ben Callaway, who's gone off with a head knock. Yorkshire 217 for 1 at tea.
Yes, we can. In the new football stuff.
Which is very high. Is it?
It is, yes.
The ideal level.
It's the middle
Not
one.
allowed to the peasantry.
Good afternoon.
Greetings, sir.
Did you get through the tunnel all right? Yeah. We had a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. Weather? Yes. Last night. Last night? Last night, at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, lightning seeders between Yorkshire and Donny. Speed restrictions between Donny and Wakefield because they're torrential rain. We'll have to quantity matches.
The civilization as we know it.
Yes. Yeah. Like first stuff. At about 5:30 we could hear a lot of thunder. We never got it. But Worcestershire Institute, for instance, were abandoned. And then we had a tremendous storm about 10 o'clock. And then coming this afternoon, it was raining at Reading. And raining also to this side as well.
When I came through, it was just spitting its wind, nothing very significant. But Bristol, very rich. Bristol looked very wet, very wet.
Yeah, bit one-sided, isn't it?
Very one-sided, but weather absolutely glorious.
Right, good to see you. Yeah, how are you? Very well, thank you.
Yeah, I'm good, Tom.
Get to your friend at Scarborough.
With that.
Lord King.
Oh.
You had that pleasure?
There's Lord Tim at Scarborough, yes.
Is he sat here?
No.
Oh,
No.
no.
It's in hospitality.
Now.
Oh.
No, because then we didn't get on the coastline.
I didn't know we had a hostility area.
Oh,
yes.
Did you see the result of the other one?
Yeah. I was sat with Bill yesterday and he was shouting scores at him. We got cast 14 for no wicket chasing them, I know. Next one we were 70%.
Did you see the attendance at the match on Friday night?
Which match?
Well, I told you to go to.
Oh, Mumbai. Yeah. No.
You think you could do it?
It's obviously much higher than I thought it would be. So 828.
561. There it is. £3 in the pound. We're charging £3 in the pound. What game was this from? North East County. Umlau down to Martin County Senior.
Was that £3 for the first half and £1 for the second?
Yeah, thankfully people like me and you. That's what we can charge.
It's £3 for children.
We weren't charging last year at County Senior.
They charge 15 for the village final. That used to be free.
Interestingly charged. Yeah. Not 2 o'clock. Where did you go yesterday?
I was at the unlighted. I think they are, yes. I haven't heard of them. Well, we were 170 behind the first six.
Well, yeah, we've knocked those off, but we've lost 4, and that was the closing play.
Yeah, to be on, it should be on that.
Yeah, you probably get it. They get it on NB.
Aren't we in danger of getting Burtonised when they get
After each station.
They'll not come up here, will they?
I don't think they'll look at that.
I don't think it comes to the end.
Well, if I get look at the 12 o'clock, I think probably
What did I miss?
yeah. Yeah.
Glenn was talking about winter, didn't he?
Yeah, 2,400. Worcester City played played at home Tuesday night. They had 900 pounds. They're playing at they're playing at the Anti-Ethnic. Well, we do that. 8 o'clock. Yes. That one over. Yes. So where was it? Well, after hours. Covering county games. It's the Castle House.
Feeling under scoreboard pressure? What are you going for?
No, I say 30 overs, 150 runs, 367.
Super stinger to scar. Hopefully it won't be quite that. I think it should be.
You can see.
Yeah.
You'll see the daffodils from a different angle.
By lunchtime tomorrow, it could be up to 500.
Yeah.
And we will we will withstand that sort of
No, I think we will.
I think it's just wonders. Once we've been into it,
Over there, like
Might be safe for the weather.
only Tuesday, isn't it? We need more than that.
I think we'll make it to Tuesday.
Would have made more this morning. Yes, but I mean, we have all Wednesday to play then, haven't we?
Yeah, you could be in a position Monday night where, even if Tuesday's washed out, still could be dangerous.
Jellyfish for next season. When you remember again, what was it we
Even now, kickers is better for a lot of that. No backbone in 2 phases. There's another members meeting to get through. If they don't find an excuse to cancel it.
they're having it in the derby because they don't know who will be there.
I'll be
Good for you.
I'll do a flip on.
You would do better with you. It is a very busy day. These seats were to be
Is that when they were using it instead of the one?
What was just then, I saw the last game here, Yorkshire played. This player in the training, that's a play.
Yes, but it's spectacular. It's still closed.
Well, welcome back to Sophia Gardens after the tea interval, the last session of the day about to start. And Glamorgan have so much work to do. It hasn't been helped that Ben Callaway is off the field with the concussion problem, and we await developments here regarding will Glamorgan be allowed a substitution. It's all rather confusing, this concussion business, because you can't bring anybody on like for like, so make of that what you will. For instance, I'll break off. We are going to watch Kieran Carlson bowl, and he is going to be bowling to a man who is looking for 100 bean, and that's going to help him on its way because it's a rank long hop and he's cut away, but it's fortunately fielded, and there's only 2 runs in 44, and that is Sean Bean, of course, who moves on to 90. 219 for 1. Suitably refreshed here, John, with cakes.
Quite
Some
nice.
have got more than others.
Yeah.
Well, I'm growing, lad, you see.
Plate full in front of Ed. If you could just see it on a commentator
Only got
camera right
2.
now, folks.
Carlson wide of the crease, bowls and off the back foot, and this is such a placid pitch. Bean could just go forward, back, and push it away. I fear.
Well, the first ball that he hit for 2 there, Ed, he really had to reach for it. It took him so long to get to
slow.
to him, didn't it? The other end.
Oh, and he plays and misses. That's the first time that's happened, I think, since about 10 past 11 this morning. He had a wild hack at that. And I'm sure that Otis Gibson, the coach, and Sean Massour, the captain, have said, right, we've got to be positive all the way. And they are. They're going at 4.5 runs and over, which is extremely quick for a first day after winning the toss and batting.
They might be looking for a day off or something, possibly.
And there's a lot of juice about over the next few days, apparently. So Carlson bowling off spin, bowled down the leg side. It's fortunate for Carlson that there's a man there. Corwin dives away to his right. So just to reiterate, Callaway stumbled over on the boundary when he was trying to stop a ball and banged his head. Still off the field. Carlson bowls off the back foot. It's played into the cover region this time. And the score is 219 for 1. And Sophia, the media manager, has very kindly brought me a cup of tea. How kind.
That's very kind of her.
Yes. Most efficient lady.
Clearly going back.
Give her a
Clearly
plug.
going back for Nixon mine, I think.
End of the over. 219 for 1. And a lot of happy Yorkshiremen, I would have thought, listening and watching today. And some have come down here. They're so keen on their cricket, and winter approaches. They've come down here to spend 4 days, Mr. Dodge, like yourself.
Yeah, there's a few dotted around. I think that's probably a comment on there's a few dotted around the stadium anyway, fans per se. Ali Maiden, Yorkshire's batting coach, just walking down by beneath our commentary position.
Who is he?
Ali Maiden.
Oh, he liked the bat on this pitch himself.
Yeah, dare say. So Masood waits, and his first delivery turned into the leg side, and they'll get through for 1. Jamie McIlroy is starting from the River Taff end. Philly Bean on strike then, and into the 90s again. He was, I think he knew last week when he was unfortunately run out at the non-striking end that the 100, a gift of 100 really, the way he was playing, but unfortunately passed him by. So maybe he's doubled down on that resolution to make sure he gets there. We'll see. He's 10 shy at the moment. He punches this one into the covers, and Kieran Carlson does the fielding. They've got a sweeper out squarish in the covers. Man backward of point. 1 slip. And then both a long leg who'd be the better part of 10 yards in from the boundary, and a deep backward square. Mid wicket.
21-year-old. What part of the world of Yorkshire is Mr. Bean from?
He's from Harrogate originally, well, born there, from Ripon area really, and that's punched into the offside and fielded by Kieran Carlson. Not got it through Finley on this occasion. Yeah, went to Queen Ethelburga's College over York Way. And it's been an amazing sort of story really, returning to professional cricket, having stepped out of it for a little short while. Yeah. Stands tall, short ball, pulled. He'll fancy a few more of those while he's in the 90s. He's going to get hauled in out there on the cow corner boundary by Eddie Byram. Didn't maybe quite 100% time it, but he got a fair bit on it. 2 runs to him, 92. 222 for 1. In the 50th over, 2 balls to come in it, 3 off the over so far. McIlroy turns. Coming in then, left arm over the wicket, and Bean flicking that one out to mid-wicket, where once again it is fielded by the incoming Eddie Byram. Another single, another 1 to Finley's total, 93. Partnership now worth 125. So that opening partnership just a couple of runs short of being 100. But this pair have kicked on, and Shan Masood, well, for long enough, was catching Finley Bean fairly quickly. There's a sizable gap opened up again between the pair of them in terms of individual scores, as Masood punches through the offside, and that's a misfield. And a bit of a shocker by Kieran Carlson. Maybe he is on a bit of patchy ground on the square. Maybe it kicked off the turf awkwardly. Hard to tell from here.
That's the best fielder on the side, so that's very strange there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the old pitches by the looks of it. Very worn.
So they got back for 225 for 1 at the end of 50 overs.
Yeah, and if they go at this rate with 28 overs left, and they're going at 4.5 and over, shall we just work it out at 4 and over? They will reach somewhere in the region of 330, 340, which anybody would be happy with at 96 overs, wouldn't they, the first day? But to be off 18 overs less is a great achievement for Yorkshire, the way they played so positively. Carlson will continue, and he'll be bowling to Bean on 93. He's coming around the wicket, away from us, and bowls, and he's caught it slip. Driving very ambitiously at a wideish ball, and it just floated nicely into the hands of Colin Ingram. And Bean, for the second time, as Jonathan was telling us, has been out in the 90s. It wasn't a great shot, it must be said.
Just a little bit of width, really, from Kieran Carlson. Offered him an opportunity to have a go at it. Just looking at it once again. Yeah, it's definitely not going to hit the stumps. It's probably about 5th stump, and didn't quite get to the pitch of it. That was the key. So the width really was the thing that's done him, because he didn't quite get across. And a thickish outside edge, and it's straight to first slip. So 93 from 128 deliveries for Finley Bean, but cracking knock nonetheless. He hasn't quite made it to 3 figures, but still another heck of a good performance from him.
So a new name for me coming in, Jonathan Wharton. James Wharton. I think we've seen him. Nick will tell me. I can't remember the name. He didn't play in Headingley, no.
No, still early on. He's had he's made 58, his highest first-class score in the previous game at Scarborough.
Has he played a few times?
From Huddersfield area. He's played a few times now, yeah. He got a couple of opportunities last year and was unable to take them, and he's been back in and sort of backed more this year. He did make a A whiz-bang 100 in a T20 game, 111 off 56.
Big lad.
Yeah, certainly is. Yeah, so James Walton in 2023, he played against Leicestershire in the first match, 24 and 52. He played against Worcestershire at New Road, made 18 in his only innings there. He made 58 in his only innings last week against Derbyshire at Scarborough.
It's not a bad start.
Sorry, apologies, he didn't make 58 and 38, I should say, last week.
Tall, right-handed, and he's about to face his first ball from Carlson. Gets right forward with that long reach of his and pushes it away onto the offside. So Carlson striking the third over after tea. Whether the tea interval has rather impeded the concentration of Sean Bean, we won't know. The next ball a little bit short and might have got a bit of turn on that. Catch was straightforward around his knees and straight to the safe hands of fielder there.
Yorkshire's new signing, Sean Bean. Just got to pop off and do an update.
That's a good looking shot there. Goes out to extra cover for a single. Off goes Jonathan. 2 to 6 for 2. This brings Sean Masood back down to the receiving end. It was in fact a perfect off-break bowled by Carlson to the left-handed beam, but now he's bowling at Masood. Oh, Masood comes down the pitch and just covers short extra cover there, who leapt high and handsome, but wasn't far off it. It cleared him and runs away for 4. And the fielder there, I think, was that shot? Some northeast, I think it might be. No, it's Gorvin, who's not a particularly tall man. That went over his head for 4, and Masood moves on to 70, showing positive intent here as Carlson comes in again, bowls to him, and this time, he's nearly caught at slip there. Driving fiercely, he's going to get another boundary. Bad luck for Carlson. That was another wide ball. He threw over the Kinchit sink at it, and it edged past first slip for 4. So
did Ingram get a fingernail on that, I wonder?
No, I don't think it was. It was a second slip would have had it, but it was going like a rocket. No real chance at all. And 2 successive 4s, and off they go again. Off goes Masood in pursuit of this quick scoring that has increased since he came into bats. He's on 74. Wharton's on 1. 234 for 2, and they're going along now at 4.59, nearly 4.6 and over. And Masood is not going to rein in.
Yeah, the men out. Adam Lyth for 49, just short of his 50, and Finlay Bean for 93.
Masood and Carlson having a chat about how the ball beat him, how it pitched. I don't know. They're off again. Yes, they're very friendly out there. I don't know, because I think we had to, or you had to. I'll just wait as Nick describes this over.
McIlroy bowls and Wharton plays it out on the off
side. Did you have to, when at Derby last year, I was up there with you, and did you have to get somebody to interpret? Do you have an interpreter interviewing Shard Masood?
I think Mr. Fletcher might have had that when he first arrived. I don't know how much English he's picked up since. I wasn't involved in that particular interview. 234 for 2. Yorkshire sitting pretty on a pretty warm afternoon as McIlroy bowls to Wharton, who leaves it at the very last minute, and it goes through to Chris Cook.
I know what it is. They're discussing declarations. They're having a lot. They're going to shake hands. They're walking up to each other, and
I wonder if it's some news has come through about the possible substitution.
I think that, yes. Do you mind, or would you mind? Well, it's not if I mind it. It's in the rules.
McIlroy is in to bowl, and that's played away on the offside by the new man Wharton, and there is no run. Well, the problem is that I suppose Glamorgan don't have a like-for-like readily available, presumably unless they summon Prem Sisodia to play in this game, who's the...
What if he's on holiday?
Apparently there's a second team game tomorrow that he's due to play in, so I doubt very much he's on holiday today. In comes McIlroy, bowls, and Wharton is forward defending to mid-off. And there's no run. Rodri Lewis is the other second team spinner, but I'm not even sure if he'd be registered to play in the first team, since he's, I don't think, a contract player. But otherwise, Andrew Salter, where are you? Get off the beach.
Off the bike.
Get your whites out from under the stairs. McIlroy bowls. Wharton pushes forward, looking a little bit nervous early on. James Wharton.
His contract must be finished then, ended, or would it go to the end of the season?
Salter, I think it was sort of by mutual consent that he'd finish early if he wasn't going to get anything much in the way of first team opportunities, which I failed to see, because I'm sure he'd have done a job for Glamorgan in the One Day Cup.
Couldn't agree more.
Being a useful part of the squad, but I suppose Callaway came in and made a real impact. 2:34 for 2 still as McIlroy bowls and Wharton jabs it up towards mid-off. There is no run, so a rare maiden over. And McIlroy has 1 for 33 off 13 overs. And he has been by far the pick of the Glamorgan bowling here on BBC Sport Online at a sun-kissed Sophia Gardens. Dan Douthwaite is still on the field as a substitute fielder, but if he's allowed to bat but not bowl, that wouldn't really be ideal for Glamorgan, since they're short of a bowler really. As Kieran Carlson will continue from this Cathedral Road end.
During the... I'll just break off as Carlson comes on and bowls. First ball, it's short, cut away. Beats a diving northeast, but it won't go to the boundary as Eddie Byram. There's a lot of work to do on that extra cover boundary today. He returns 2 more runs.
Carlson is getting a bit of turn, isn't he? But
yeah.
Whether that'll develop during the match, I'm not sure.
Yeah, John Best might be interested. Looking on, the former England spinner, the Yorkshire spinner, of course, off spinner. Next ball is driven, and this time it beats northeast. He's looking to turn it around the corner like a goalkeeper.
Yeah, I think it's Gorvin now in that cover position. Northeast on the leg side. He's cover for the right.
He's grown, is he?
Northeast is at cover for the
that's what it's
the right-hander.
Trying to confuse us.
And Gorvin for the left-hander.
James Wharton now, tall right-hander, waits as in comes the next ball, and that's driven up to the orthodox mid-on. New batsman, the fielders have come up. Billy Root it is there who fields. Beautiful day. Over the wicket goes Carlson, bowls, and that's a rather short cut away for a single. And that's returned by Douthwaite, fielding on the extra cover boundary.
I can't recall Glamorgan having used a concussion.
I'm trying to think myself.
Because it's only come in the last couple of years, isn't it, that replacement has been allowed.
I did see Matthew Maynard up here. Short, cut away again, and he must try and get that length where he got Bean out, if he can. Maynard was up here in the tea interval talking who next door is the match umpire, Dee Koska, the Morgan bowler, so they know each other rather well, and no doubt discussing the position. In comes the next ball, and this is driven and beats Gove in, and they go through for a single, just slowly accumulating in that over, and at the end of it is 240 for 2, 10 runs away from the first batting point for Yorkshire. And Sean Masood is on 78. James Wharton is recently come in, he's not out 3. Jonathan Dodge is back from telling the good people of Yorkshire the good news. Well, good news stroke bad news. Sean Bean's dismissal.
Who's Sean Bean ahead?
Just trying to have you on, I was. Finley Bean, of course. You know who Sean Bean is, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you're too sharp to have made that mistake, aren't you?
Just about by now.
Ba-bum.
Well, but it lightens up the afternoon for some of us. In comes the first ball. Well, McIlroy is first ball of the over. He's been pretty good, pretty tight, and he's been rewarded by having 2 slips. When you were away there, where there's an animated conversation between the 2 captains, Sean Masood is carrying on. They're still at it, and Nick seems to think it's regarding the possibility of concussion, but that would be up to officials, of course, immediately. In comes the next ball, and that's pushed away on the offside. It's fielded in the covers, and there's no run.
I must admit, from the other box where I was doing my update next door, hadn't picked up on that, but that's because I was being grilled about the usual, you know, are they hot in their uniforms out there, and what was for tea?
Well, that's something you could have told them for 10 minutes. We had various cakes.
Although I did manage to take the presenter by surprise at the end of the piece.
Here's the next ball. Appeal for LBW. A given. Out. So success for the bat bowler for the second time. McIlroy dismisses Wharton. Seemed to be going straight on, and well, Glamorgan have improved since tea. They've taken 2 wickets in quick succession, and Wharton departs rather disappointedly, looking down at the ground as he was given out. It looked pretty straight. We will now await, and here it comes. He was coming in over the wicket. Yes. Well,
interesting.
Yeah, we saw that from behind. We didn't see it from in front. So, yeah, we will see it from in front, and it is slowed down for us. Yeah, well, it's one of those again, isn't it? He's a tall man, he's right forward, and
well, it's more the angle. He delivers that from very wide, and even if it hits him in front of middle stump,
it's one of those, I suppose. If you're given, well, you're not going to argue. If you're not given, same equation. This is really played down now. Then another. There we are. That's all I'm going to say. He's out. He's on his way. And Glamorgan have got their first bowling point, which looked a long time away in mid-afternoon. It's 240 for 3 now. The captain is there. Sean Masood. He is on 78.
The incoming batter for Yorkshire is George Hill.
Probably heard that. All Cardiff probably heard it from the booming voice of Andrew Hignell telling us that George Hill is coming in at number 5. So McIlroy, in fairness, has been easily Glamorgan's best bowler and has been rewarded for his endeavours. He clean bowl. Well, it was a play on by Lythe for 49, and then Wharton was out, and he made just 3. What are you about now?
very wide that, angle wise.
Yeah, the angle, because he's coming around the wicket as well. Whether it's straight, I don't know. You know, it's George Hill then. Another tall Yorkshireman. Waits now for McIlroy, who comes in and bowls him. That ducks back into him. He's played up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Pretty difficult to bowl left arm round to a right-handed batter and get LBWs. I was as a left arm opening bowler, I was always told to bowl over the wicket and get as close to the stumps as you possibly can. He's bowling miles wide. I'd love to see ball tracking on that anyway, let's put it that way.
Well, you can get this biased Yorkshireman out of the box. I know what you mean exactly. McIlroy 8 wickets in the last game, and he's bowled pretty well in this innings. He bowls again to Hill. There's lots of oohs and ahs, but it was played firmly. I think there is a little bit of what I know about reverse swing going on here at the moment, because it seems to be jagging about a bit, and he shouldn't jag about because we are in the 57th, 58th over.
Had it been a proper full-length delivery, you know, possibly a different matter, but it wasn't, was it?
No.
It was a good length rather than full-length delivery.
Chance of a wicket maiden here. Last ball of the over. In comes McIlroy. Bowls the new batsman Hill, who leaves. Taken by Cook on the half volley. 240 for 3. And that looks better for Glamorgan, but it's still very good position for the visitors.
Andy Walker says, listening in a stupor due to the intense heat and humidity. Lack of sleep has left me slightly phased. Even so, enjoying Yorkshire's measured batting approach.
Oh, it's rather quicker than measured. They're going at nearly 4.5 and over. It's a good effort.
Lee thinks Shan Masood's hitting the ball well. Bent Nielsen says, good afternoon. Finally caught up live on the stream after I overestimated the rain delay or underestimated my mid-morning nap. Nice batting from Yorkshire. More of that, please. And Lily, fantastic 93 from Finley being his. Carlson bowling at Masood, who stretches for one well wide of off stump and pushes it to Billy Root at mid-on, who's deepish. They get a single. Martin Rowe as well. Sorry to be late on parade. Been watching Salford v Warrington on telly.
Hill, who scored 60 in the corresponding match at Headingley earlier this season in the second innings when Yorkshire managed to get a throw, 9 wickets down.
Carlson switches to over the wicket to bowl to Hill, who is trying to flick one off the hip, but misses out. England have recovered, haven't they? To 226 for 7 from 50 odd for 5.
Livingston,
yeah, he's got runs. I'll tell you more in a sec. In fact, that was the end of the innings. They've finished on that off 34 overs, so that's a pretty good effort from 55 for 5. Hill drops this one into the offside, and there's no run. Livingston 95 not out from 78 deliveries was the key man. I think Butler got a few, didn't he? And Curran got 40 odd. It's Carlson again, stepping back. Hill punches this into the offside where it's fielded there by Sam Northeast. No run. Still 23 overs and 2 balls remaining in the day, despite the fact that we were supposed to finish at 5:30. Of course, we started late.
Bit of overtime.
Quite a bit of overtime. Weather. Yeah. Carlson in. Hill plays that quite nicely. Up to Billy Root once again. No run. Kent have made it over 300 in their match against Nottinghamshire at Canterbury. 310 for 4. Carlson in again. And Hill dances down and then plays it back to the bowler to complete over number 57 at 241 for 3. Northants 138 for 2 up at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, who stuck them in at Old Trafford. Middlesex 130 for 7 against Lancashire are in big trouble. I asked Kevin Hand the other week when I was down at Middlesex, are we going to be playing you next year in Division 2? Oh no, he said no, we'll survive it, and they might do, but it's
going to be tight,
isn't it?
I think they got a difficult fixture the last game. I forget who it's against, but they've got 3 big fixtures. Remember, I was talking to Kevin about it.
They're 6 points in front of Kent, aren't they?
Yeah.
And that's it, really. Those 3 cast adrift. I mean, Northants are clearly looking very much like they're down, unless there's a miracle.
McIlroy starts in the over, bowls well pitched up delivery which is clipped away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I've had a pretty good day my bowling today. I managed to be on the air to take 3 wickets live, Bean and Wharton.
I should think you'll be giving that last one back though, won't you? You'll be knocking that off your first class figures, Ed.
Yeah. He's still on about it, Nick, and he can send him out. We all get like that.
They play, I'm only joking, they play Nottinghamshire. They play Nottinghamshire in the final game, Middlesex.
That's not going to be easy, is it?
Trent Bridge.
McIlroy bowls, and I am convinced this is by this field, with 2 slips and 2 men on the drive. Now in the middle of that is the man who's backing up, his reverse swing. Don't you agree? Because you've got him just off the cut strip, and then in between him is the man backing up, and there, the other side, is another fielder. McIlroy bowls, and this is played up to mid off. There's no run. Good spell.
Does he get it to reverse generally?
It probably does with this field. I can't. I'm not I shouldn't say an exponent because I don't bowl these days.
You
but
tend to be. You tend to think of quicker bowlers getting.
Looking at the field, it is a bit of reverse swing, wouldn't you have thought? It's a very odd field. McIlroy bowls to Hill. Hill plays a nice looking shot, clips it off his toes down towards mid-wicket, a backward square rather. They go through for a single.
So if you notice there, Ed, he was much closer to the stumps but bowling round the wicket than he was when he bowled the one that got the wicket. If had he hit George Hill on the pad there, you'd have thought that was a better shout. But
because
anyway,
he moved across as well.
Yeah. Kent, by the way, I know this has nothing to do with either of us in this game, but Kent plays Somerset in their penultimate game and then Lancashire in their last game, so certainly Lanc's last could be a tough one.
Yeah. This is tucked away on the onside and there's no run. Scoring rate is still very healthy, 4.35. Just the 2 runs of this over. This is his 15th over, McIlroy, 2 for 35, by far the best Glamorgan bowler on view. And in this rather quiet season that Glamorgan have had, or unsuccessful season, a bit of a shining light has been McIlroy. Here he comes, and is beaten outside the off stuff as Mahmood plays a rash shot.
And he might have got a tickle on that, into the ground.
He's been rather quiet in the last couple of overs, so obviously he wants to get onto it. 243 for 3, and Masood is on 80. Hill is on 1.
Yeah, he did. I think it's kept low on him. I suggested it might have kept slightly low maybe when Adam Lyth got out. Certainly more difficult to discern, but on that occasion it looked like it keeps low, and as batters do, he's going through with his shot, so he's chopped down on it, and on another day that might have cannoned onto his stumps. He had a little bit of luck on his side, but then again probably ill luck to get the low bounce in the first place. Carlson then to continue, and he's bowling right arm over. George Hill will use his feet to the spinners. He loves to take them on, he says.
Well, he's like the man who's bowling at him.
Yeah, on this occasion he drilled it straight back to Carlson.
Carlson will come in, and if it's an off-spinner bowling in the first over, he'll shimmy down. Good to see. He was in my feet.
Here's Carlson again, this time from the crease. George just dropping his hands on that, pushing back down the pitch. So 243 for 3. Very good first 56 overs and a bit of this start of this match for Yorkshire. Carlson in, that's turned around the corner by out in front of square by Hill, no run. Glamorgan just gradually starting to make some effect on this match by taking 3 wickets, picking up, as Ed says, the first points in the match. Yorkshire not so far off picking up one of those themselves as Hill flicks one in front of square on the leg side, and there's no run. He's faced 15 deliveries for his 1, which is slightly unusual, but he's certainly got an attacking intent about how he's playing. He's just not yet managed to place the ball in the gaps. Carlson in, that
That's
turns
good.
actually quite sharply, and George Hill does well to adjust and play that one out.
Apart from Bess, any other spinners?
Only Adam Blythe.
Lies off spin,
Yeah, with his occasional off spin. Carlson in, and Hill goes back and drops that down by his feet to complete the 57th over at 2:43 for 3. Good over by Kieran Carlson.
The reason they're gone a little bit quiet because they're bowling better than they have all day long. Carlson has been rather loose, but in this post-tee little spell of his, he's picked up a wicket and bowled much better than he has done. And also McIlroy, who's only been going at, what is he going, 2 and over around there, has kept things quiet and also picked up a wicket. But Masood will want to change that with his attacking intent.
Who's he attacking in a tent? Sean Bean?
Yeah, Sean Bean in a tent. Masood waits, and then comes the first ball of the next over. And that's driven nicely, but it's driven straight to the man at mid-on. And having lost those 2 wickets, I suppose, Jonathan, the captain here, Masood, has decided, well, I mustn't play some rash shots, because if I was to go, then it might create a little problem or two. With 80 to his name, now he wants to hang around there and guide them to this big total if he can. McIlroy bowls, another good delivery, which is just pushed away to Carlson.
I think first thought would obviously be try everything you can from this position to get to 450, and then see what stage of the match you're at. But the rate they're scoring at, 20 overs left today, that could be another 100 or best part of that. Yeah,
I think I worked it out. If they do go about 330, which, as I said, they'd be happy with that at the normal 96 overs. Next ball is driven, and it's fielded quite well at short mid-on. Some northeast there. Still afternoon, beautiful afternoon, and even the flags on the pavilion have gone limp and decided they're not going to blow anymore today. Well, the trees in the far distance, bit of autumn colouring there. McIlroy bowls. Oh my word, he nearly gets Masood there, who was very, very close to being bowled.
Yeah, chopped it into the deck and it's bounced over his stumps, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the trees, as they say, Ed, on the turn.
Absolutely. Just looking at this. Oh my word, how did he survive that?
It was the lack of bounce again, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That it's not bounced as high as you think it might do, so that's already beginning to come into play now.
Slow and low. McIlroy bowls, and that's played away. McIlroy striving there for Yorker length, got it well pitched up, and he's clipped away for a single. Interesting, this now, battle. Masood now having a chat with the bowler. He tapped him, on his arm, as if to say, well bowled. Can't stop talking, Masood. Well, we thought perhaps his English was rather limited last season.
His English is very good.
Is it?
Actually, oh yeah, very good.
Here comes this attacking field now, with a straightish mid-on and 3 yards away, another fielder. It's McIlroy round the wicket, bowls to Hill. Hill gets a short ball and plays it out to deep backward square for a single. He retains strike. End of the over. Good over from McIlroy. Really has bowled well since tee. 2 for 37 now off his 16 overs. So he's going at 2 and a bit, which is a fine reflection of his accuracy on this slow pitch.
Yep. He's bowled pretty well. George Hill seemed to be waiting forever for that ball to get to him, didn't it, before he pulled it. He was in position very quickly again. Just a comment on the pace or lack of in the pitch.
Have you noticed though, you haven't seen many straight or off drives all along the ground?
No.
They've either been hit in the air or pulled.
Carlson in, and Hill flicking this one out over straight mid wicket, cow corner, one bounce, and an effortless 4.
Problem that Carlson has here now, if he tires and realises he's got to bat tomorrow, is that who's going to replace him, because there's been no real threat from any of the other bowlers, and also he can keep the overs going quickly, so that'll be a problem for him now, especially if Hill really gets going.
Carlson then, Hill down the pitch, and he's lofted this one down towards our feet, 1 bounce, and that will be 4 more. So George beginning to get going. Will take him to 10, and the first bonus point for Yorkshire with the bat. 253 for 3. Just a short arm jab really, uppercut. Carlson's reacted by sending Billy Root back down to our right. He'd be the better part of 10 yards in from the boundary at long on, and George reacts then by flicking one through mid wicket for a single. Good batting. I think, you know, where the bowlers have been hit today, that barely anything has been driven straight, which gives you an idea, the idea that there's not much that's been right up there full and straight, and a lot of the shots
have been airy,
have been either side of the wicket, I was going to say, as Carlson is in wide on the crease, bowling to the left-handed Masood, who pushes it out square on the offside. No run. So there's been width there, and also it's just taking its time to get from A to B. Carlson in again, and Masood steps back and tries to cut a ball that's too close to do so, and not so far off getting a nick onto his stumps there. It's through to Chris Cook. 254 for 3, Masood on 81. Carlson in again, wide of off stump and going further wide. He's going to get away with that though, with a dot at the end of the 59th over. 254 for 3.
Time for me to depart. 254 for 3, as you say, and at least Glamorgan have got a couple of wickets as Nick returns.
It's going to be McIlroy by the looks of things to continue.
Just doing my best to destroy another pair of headphones, but thankfully managed to untangle them. Update for BBC Radio Wales in 4 or 5 minutes. McIlroy in to bowl and run down past the second slip, and I think they forgot there was no third man for a moment there, but it was an easy 4 runs anyway, as Hill guided it past northeast at second slip, who took some time to react. Couldn't have chased it down anyway. 258 for 3 as Hill moves on to 15 off just 22 deliveries, so he's not hanging around. Wharton never really got going, but Hill coming in with intent as McIlroy races towards us, and where's that one ended up? Just more or less at the batsman's feet, as he looked to turn on the leg side. Got a very small leading edge, and the ball plopped down in front of him. No fielders anywhere near. Still those 2 men on the drive on the leg side, one close to the cut strip. The feature of this field for McIlroy to Hill, as he's pushing forward and defending to Byram at cover, and there's no run. James Harris is doing some exercises at mid-off, as if he's been given the word that he will be back on shortly. Harris has struggled a bit today, going for a runner ball. So he'll be looking to drag that back in his third spell. 258 for 3 as McIlroy bowls down leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind. It was taken by Chris Cook, but umpire Newell ruling there was no contact with bat on the way through.
We need to see a replay to see. Here we go. No, we're not going to see a replay from the right angle, really. No, by the time the ball goes past him, it's difficult to tell from that angle as to whether or not there was a touch, but clearly somebody must have felt they heard something.
Yes, presumably some sort of deviation, but you don't always know behind the wickets. McIlroy seemed interested as Hill defends that one on the offside. No run. We'll get another replay on the video stream of that previous delivery from McIlroy to Hill. And that is close to the bat. Is there any spike on Ultra Edge? We'll never know. We have no Ultra Edge. As McIlroy in to bowl and played to one of the short leg side fielders by Hill, and the over. Hill 15, Shan Masood 81. 258 for 3, 18 overs remain in the day.
And that delivery then, the George Hill not out, that sort of reinforces my point about the LBW. Look at the way that the ball dies off down the leg side from that same angle, wide on the crease. Fair element of doubt, I would have thought. 258 for 3. As Nick says, it's going to be Kieran Carlson to continue. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 63 for him. One of 3 bowlers going at more than 5 and over. And difficult for the skipper himself to contain Yorkshire so far. Trying to set the example here. He's bowling to Shan Masood from wide on the crease. It's wide and goes wider with a bit of turn away from the left-hander, who eases it out into the deep on the offside for Eddie Byram to field. And they've got a single. 259.43. The over eight's pretty healthy, +2. There's been a smattering of spin during this first day. He's switched now to over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Hill, who's pulled one round the corner. James Harris fielding backward of square leg, spot on in position. Just a 1 slip point, cover sweeper, and then extra cover mid off, long on, straight mid wicket sweeping and backward square leg, who fielded that again there. James Harris to another flick round the corner by George Hill, who's 15 from 29 so far. Here's Carlson again. Hill across to a delivery that was outside off stump this time. Offered a little bit of turn back in towards him. Carlson with the towel still hanging out the back of his pants, and he pushes this one, George Hill, at mid off, takes him on, and Zain Ul Hassan unable to throw down the stumps at the non-striking end as he was attempting to do so. So a single to George Hill. He's on 16, 260 for 3. Carlson back round the wicket to Masood, who steps back and cuts this one in front of square on the offside. Byram again returns, and they get one more. Masood will keep the strike then on 83, and Yorkshire 261 for 3, with still 17 overs remaining on this weather curtailed opening day.
Yeah, so 2 wickets for Jamie McIlroy, 1 for Kieran Carlson. The men out Lyth for 49, Finlay Bean for 93, and James Wharton for just 3. More consultations going on.
Returning to bowl at the River
17 overs remain. As Harris, as predicted, will come back into the attack at the River Taff end. Yorkshire with 1 bonus point. They will be hoping for another couple, potentially, by the close of play. At least one more. At 300. Whether they get to 350 is another question, but it is a shortened day's play, losing just over an hour. Harris then, from the River Taff end, to bowl to Shan Masood, an 83 not out. And driving beautifully through the offside. Harris's fortunes have not improved as that's cracked away by Shan Masood for 4 runs through deep extra cover up the River Taff end. Go fetch. 87 to Masood. 265 for 3 now are Yorkshire. And Glamorgan with a more conventional field for the established international left-hander bat, as opposed to the newcomer, the right-handed Hill. As Masood drives again down the ground, goes through for a quick single, might have been in trouble there had that one hit from mid-off, but Al Hassan did not hit.
Yeah, it's the usual white knuckle ride, isn't it, with Shan out there in the middle in terms of running between the wickets.
As he was just home as the ball flashed past the stumps, I think.
A trail of dust behind him as he, at least he ran his bat in. You could clearly get that from the trail of dust.
266 for 3. Harris mopping his brow, wondering about the unfairness of life in general. George Hill, 500 runs at 31 coming into this match. 516 now. As he chips that one towards mid-wicket. It was slightly in the air, but not a chance to Carlson. Another one not quite coming on. I think that's the main danger for the batters, to be honest. Ball is slightly slow, slightly low. As Harris runs towards us to bowl to Hill, who's pushing forward. Strangled shout for LBW. I think may have been some inside edge involved, and possibly a little bit high from where Hill is rubbing towards the top or just over the top of his pads, but don't believe batters where they rub a high spot on their anatomy. Might not necessarily be where the ball hit them.
Bit of kidology.
266 for 3. Harris bowls. Hill drives into the offside. Won't get any runs as Byram intercepts at cover.
He timed it pretty well, is George. I think just thinking about this deck when Glamorgan are batting, Ben Code, I mean, dangerous at most places, but on a pitch that's not really getting above the top of the stumps, he could be. It's still a good pitch, but it could still, be a danger, serious danger.
Harrison bowls, and forward comes Hill. Plays out on the offside. So 5 off the first 2 balls, and then 4 dots. As Ian Holmes inquires about the Callaway injury, well, he's not with us. Ian Callaway, about halfway through the afternoon session, he went to field a ball on the boundary and basically struck his head as he dived to try and keep it in field. Went rolling over and looked dazed straight away, and we haven't seen him since, so it is quite possible that there will be a concussion substitute, but there's some indication that the 12th man Douthwaite, that if he played he wouldn't be able to bowl because he's a seamer rather than a spinner, albeit he'd be batting around about the same place in the order.
Carlson then to bowl to Masood, ball wide of off stump. There's a bit of turn, and he's cut that one away through the covers. Fielded out there by Byram, and they get 1. Carlson down on his knees, trying going to take the return throw, so 267 for 3. George Hill back on strike. They're just asking substitute fielder Kean Davis, I think it is, to come in a little bit closer at point than he was positioned. Carlson in. There's an appeal for LBW here, but that never felt like it, with a good stride in from George Hill, and there was turn as well. But you can understand the shout, just keeps the batter thinking. Give a moment where he might feel like he was under a small amount of pressure. Flicks that one into the leg side, used his feet quite nicely there. Andy Gorvin round to try and field, but while he did so, they'd got through for 1. So Hill on to 17. 268 for 3. 19 minutes away from what was the scheduled close of play, but we're probably going to be going on for about another 50 minutes to an hour, depending on who's bowling, as Masood punches one back to Carlson in his follow through. He makes a good tumbling stop. Masood on 89. 2 to come in the over. Carlson from wide, and again there's definitely some turn there this time. Masood watching it well, punching back to the bowler. Billy Root's come off the boundary where he was positioned, or closer to the boundary for George Hill. He'd be 25 yards and just dropping himself a few strides further back before this final delivery of the over, and Masood flicks it into the leg side and takes 1, and then a throw comes in by Zain Ul Hassan, hits the stumps direct, but the batters were home. 269 for 3 at the end of the 63rd over. 15 remain.
Yeah, they're keeping Zain Ul Hassan in practice, aren't they, this afternoon, with the quick singles they're pinching. Suggests maybe that he could do with coming in a couple of yards tighter.
Yeah, getting through a bit of work.
So 269 for 3. Shan Masood approaching his highest score of the season in this brief spell. Oh, he could be running out here. No, he's got back in time. The throw hits the wickets from mid-on. What is he doing? Sam Northeast there with a direct strike from mid-on. That was a potential suicide from in cricketing terms from Shan Masood there.
Yeah, I mean, the problem he's got, and he absolutely barbecued George Hill down at Chesterfield earlier in the season, this pair together at that point. The problem you've got as George, or whoever's at the non-striking end, is that he often calls these singles when the ball's just going either side of the stumps.
As Masood plays again to mid-on, no run attempted this time.
So naturally at the non-striking end, the ball goes back past you, you turn to look, don't you? So you're not running.
You've got sometimes to make your ground, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got to turn around just in case, and so you're slightly on the back foot. And if your partner's saying let's go, he thinks he's running to the danger end because the thrower will be closer to it, but actually the danger end ends up being flipped, and it ends up being at the keeper's end because the thrower can get his throw in much quicker than the batter can run.
Harris bowls short and wide, slapped away on the offside, and eventually they do go for a single as Gorvin makes a half stop at deep gully.
But you can see then, George has gone for that single under not duress from Shan, but under encouragement from Shan to go. He's just for a split second, half a stride reluctant because he's losing confidence in his partner out there in terms of what's the right call and what's not. And you don't need that, do you, as the other batter out there? You don't need to be the extra pressure of, is my teammate going to run me out here? You just want to concentrate on this next ball that's coming now.
Which Hill does, and defends it to mid-off. No run. I suppose there's a bit of an imbalance of power as well. One's an experienced test player, one a relative youngster. One's the captain and the other one's to keep his place in the team. So, strange times. But they've added 30 now for this fourth wicket as Hill turns one off his hip to fine leg. And no need for any discussion there. It's a comfortable single and no more. Got to the stage where Root had to keep his throw into Chris Cook rather low there because it would have been coming out of the sun, and then Billy Root sprints off towards the other side of the field because he's got a field fine leg to right and left-handers.
132 for 8, match delayed by bad light up at Old Trafford, Middlesex that is, so not going well for them.
Harrison, and Masood runs it down towards gully, sets off. Hill wasn't interested. 271 for 3. Glamorgan bowling for runouts.
It's a bit harsh. They've improved in the bowling stakes from this morning, as we see Finlay Bean in a white floppy and Adam Lyth, the Yorkshire's opening pair, just having a leisurely stroll round the periphery now that their work is done for the day. I'll be hoping it's done for another half a day or something tomorrow, if these two and others can keep going. But it's Glamorgan's there to chip away at, trying to keep Yorkshire honest. 271 for 3. Kieran Carlson, Glamorgan skipper then, right arm over with his off spin to the right-handed Hill, and with Billy Root set back at long on, George takes the easy option and just punches a single up in that direction. 19 to him now. 272 for 3. Been back on here for what, an hour, going on for an hour and 10 minutes. Carlson in again. Masood goes back foot and punches it again out to mid-on. Dear me. Zain Al Hassan doing the fielding.
Well, this is Village Green levels of communication at the moment, I'm afraid, between these two.
He's halfway down the pitch and wanting one, but George is now struggling to get his head around his partner's running, and this is what happens when you do take those risky runs on a regular basis and you put your partner in a bit of peril. Single now pushed out into the deep on the offside. Retrieved there by Byram. So Masood getting him in ones at the moment, on to 92. Hill waits down the pitch, but he hits it straight. Now he's hit it straight to Zain Al Hassan at mid-off in his case, and wanted to go straight away, and Shan said okay then, and they've got through. Interesting.
It's strange. England took an early wicket through David Willey as New Zealand were chasing 227 to win in 34 overs in the ODI, then 19 for 1 after 3.
Masood on strike, flicks one wide of Al Hassan this time, and they are now going to comfortably get through for this single, taking Shan on to 93. 275 for 3. George Hill back on strike. Carlson in then, floats it up. Hill down the pitch, he's going to hit that one over the top. Is it going to have the legs? No. One bounce again, and 4 more through long off. Takes George Hill onto 24, and at the end of the 67th over, 279 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Meaty stuff from George Hill. Carlson dropping a little bit short, and Hill down the track. His feet were on the march straight away there, and making no mistake. 279 for 3, Hill 24, Shan Masood 93, 13 overs remain. Morgan really needs a couple more wickets today to have any sort of say, you'd think, in the progress of the game. At the moment, they've gone back slightly to labouring away. 39 added for the 4th wicket. And Hill into his stride with 24 of them. Harris bowls. Shan Masood drops it on the leg side. Kean Davis comes in from mid-wicket to field. And for once they don't attempt a single, or neither party attempts a single. Both stayed at home. Bit of a rarity in the last 10 minutes. Shan Masood has slowed down slightly since the third wicket fell. But Hill has taken up the momentum now. Harris bowls to Masood, who works that one off his legs down towards backward square. It is Byram running round the rope, as it so often is. And they're comfortably back for 2 runs. 2-8-1 for 3. Masood to 95. Levelling his best. And a little bit of fiddling with the gloves from George Hill. He's nearly ready though.
It's Shan.
Oh, sorry, Shan, yeah.
Shall I do this just in case?
Oof, optimistic, yeah.
Well, you never know.
Fire away.
And he comes then to Masood, short ball. It was prime for that, wasn't it, for a 6, but he pulled down on it and fielded there by Kean Davis. Straight mid-wicket.
I was going to hand over when he got within 4 of a century, but obviously there's the possibility of the first. I don't think we've had a 6, have we? Or have we? Don't recall one.
No, we haven't. I've had several that have dropped 1 bounce short. But nothing's cleared, I don't think. So, and he comes again, short ball, pulled once again to Kean Davis. James Harris a bit too short on a couple of occasions this morning and went. And he's trying that. There are 2 men set back. So maybe they think that they've got a chance of seeing the back of Shan Masood.
We'll continue for commentary on the BBC, on the Glamorgan website. Listeners may hear a few bleeps because we've lost the BBC feed at the moment.
Here comes Harris again, short ball. It's cut out into the deep on the offside by Masood, who's going to pick up a single to go to 96.
Oops. Where's the engineer when you need one?
Engineer?
What's one of them?
You've been to too many T20 finals days, I think.
No, we had one for the outground at Neath.
Harris to Hill, and George pulling that one round the corner, and we'll pick up a single, taking him to 25, and the total to 283 for 3 at the end of the 66th over. Just 12 overs remaining in the day. George Hill will retain the strike as Kieran Carlson continues at this Cathedral Road end. Makes their way leisurely from one fielding position to another. Carlson then over the wicket, and Hill gives him the charge, but almost yorks himself actually, pushes it into the offside to North East, who fired it over the top. Sam North East, who played probably played 1 match with George Hill, played 1 match for Yorkshire on loan a couple of seasons ago at Northampton. Carlson gives this one a little bit of air, tries to tempt George Hill, who's just replayed the shot that he thinks he should have done. He pushed it to mid-wicket, wanted to try and play it squarer. There he is using his feet this time and pushes up to long on. Root coming into field. So Shan Masood, 96, his highest first class score for Yorkshire. Can he turn it into 100? Carlson bowling wide on the crease. Not with this delivery, he won't, because that's pushed to northeast at straight mid-wicket. Now there is no run. Shadows lengthening. It's that time of year, isn't it now? And at 5:25 as Carlson's in again, and Masood looking to come down to him. Has to do so slightly circumspect and just dabs it really to northeast. Back with Carlson again. Floats this one up, and Masood watches it well. There was some turn. That'll interest, obviously, Don Bess as well. Single out into the offside. Masood will keep the strike. He's 97. It's 285 for 3.
Brief interruption in sound. We'll be back with you as soon as possible. Just got to redial for BBC purposes.
The 8 deliveries at this moment in time. The run rate's been pretty healthy, still north of 4 and over. A few twiddles of the bat by George as we have the flight of passing pigeons, and in comes Harris, and Hill drives firmly, but it's straight to mid-off where it's fielded by McIlroy. As Ed mentioned when he was last with us, the wind that had seen the 3 flags away to our left on top of the pavilion blowing out horizontally has largely died a death. They're pretty limp at the moment. Flicker of movement as Harris is in again, and Hill flicks into the leg side for Carlson to field no run. Last ball of Harris's 14th over to come. Not yet managed to bowl a maiden, which is an indicator of his difficulty in terms of consistency of line and length. None for 74. He'll have better days. He's coming into bowl to Hill, bounces him. George does well to get comfortably underneath it to complete that over at 286 for 3.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Cheers.
Once again, a little bit of movement, but nobody's rushing too much out there as Carlson does get down to this Cathedral Road end of the ground, where Peter Hartley is standing. Like a smile exchange between the pair of them. 10 overs remain in the day. Carlson floats one up. Masood pushes back to the bowler. And there is no run. So Carlson in once again to Shan Masood, who steps back and cuts, but he can't get it past the infield and decides to stay put. Andy Gorvin with the diving stop. .286 for 3. Carlson in again, floats another one up, and Masood will get this past Gorvin this time to go on to 99, with Byram doing the cleaning up out there in the deep. 3 to come in the over. Head back alongside. Carlson over the wicket. George Hill using his feet will drive down the ground. Takes on Hassan and wins that little battle to get a single. 27 now to George Hill. 288 for 3. Masood back on strike. Field closes in. Shan Masood on 99, Carlson in, and he pushes it back past the bowler who gets a hand to it, but that's going to be Shan Masood's first 100 as captain of Yorkshire. His 22nd first class 100. He's done it in 132 deliveries. It's been a little frenzied at times in terms of running between the wickets, but 11 boundaries to his name, and he'll be glad to finally have ticked that box. Leading from the front at Cardiff, Shan Masood 100 not out. And Carlson to continue to Hill, who uses his feet and hammers that one away over extra cover and picks up 4, taking his score into the 30s and Yorkshire into the 290s, now 293 for 3.
Shan Masood's 100 came off 132 balls. It included 11 fours.
Yes, entertaining innings by Masood. He should have been out possibly by his opposite number, and he only had to hit the stumps from about 15 yards, and there'd been some adventurous running between the wickets, but it's been a good innings really, because he's been positive, and as captain he's led very much by example, and not that he hasn't been slow scoring. I think perhaps he might accelerate now, because with only got how many overs remaining, 9, he might just try and go, because with plenty of wickets in hand, and try and make up for those lost overs that that happened this morning. So it'll be James Harris to continue, and he will be bowling to Masood. And he's coming in from the river end, and he's bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, who gets a short ball, and he just guides that, pulls the wrists over and gets a single out to mid-wicket. Nick is alongside me, and 294 for 3 represents a very, very good day for Yorkshire. Glamorgan's attack, well, I'm afraid apart from McIlroy, has been not very threatening. Has been a wicket for Carlson, and he's had to prop up an end. Harris now to the right-handed Hill, and he comes, bowls him now, and cut away through the offside. There'll be runs there, might just run up to the boundary. It's a fast outfield, it does, and Hill gets a boundary off a very short ball again from Harris, who has, I'm afraid, been leaking runs. Just have to go back and cut it away. And there was no one sweeping on the offside, The score moves on to 298 for 3. Harris now is in his 15th over, 0 for 79. And Hill goes on to 35. Entertaining innings from the right-hander as Harris comes in again over the wicket, gets close to the stumps, and this is chipped away out towards wicket, and they amble through for a single. Sean Masood is 101, Hill is 36, and another good partnership development here. They put on 49. Beg your pardon, 59.
Yes, there's been very little of this game where Glamorgan looked to be having any sort of control on the Yorkshire run rate.
Harris goes round the wicket to the left-handed Masood and bowls to him. Beats slip. It's a very good stop there. I don't think it was a chance, but a good stop by Colin Ingram's slip. Diving away to his left certainly would have been 4 because there is no third man.
He appeared to be sort of jammed down into the ground, I think.
That's a good stop more than anything. Still 6 runs already off this over. 0 for 80. Harris around the wicket, bowls, and this is driven up towards mid-on this time. 8 overs left after this delivery. 299 for 3. Really, apart from a little turn, there's been nothing much, and Glamorgan have had to rely on accurate containing bowling, which has been done in the main by McIlroy. And for a moment after tea, he was the one that kept the Yorkshire batsman at bay. Here's the last delivery, and it's driven up towards mid-off. There's no run there either. End of the over. 299 for 3. Sean Masood is 101, and George Hill is 36. Harris is 0 for 80 of his 15 overs, and Carlson, who's bowled unchanged since the tea interval, he's coming up to bowl his 18th over. 17 overs, 1 for 86. Corbin has been just used for a couple of overs, and similarly the other bowler, Ul Hassan. And really Glamorgan have just relied on 2 bowlers to try and get wickets. Has been really as difficult as that. Masood is having a drink after his labours, and probably have a little message from the coach telling him exactly what he wants to try to aim for tonight, but he'd probably know that himself. He has a quick word with George Hill, his partner, and 8 overs left, just after 6 o'clock finish here. If the spinner keeps on bowling.
So Carlson to George Hill, who's down the pitch, and then playing soft hands back to the bowler.
And that, I think, shows by that shot, Jonathan, that there's no threat of any big spin, because you wouldn't really dance down the pitch, would you, if it was turning?
Not prodigiously.
We have not seen a ball turn here all summer, unfortunately.
There's been some turn for Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, I think it's off the rough more than anything.
Here he is again. And this time it's down the leg side, appealing for something, not quite sure what. If that was for LBW, then that's about as optimistic as it gets. Hill tried to pull it, didn't quite make contact, according to umpire Peter Hartley. They got back for 2, that's 300 up, so a second batting point for Yorkshire. And still with 7 wickets remaining, and another best part of 40 overs to try and get another 150. Now then Hill gets underneath this one. He's lofted that one high over the top of extra cover once again.
Yeah, I think the
good use of feet. 4 more.
The message has come out, don't you think? Last 8 overs, go for it. Get as many as you can with wickets in hand. Okay,
I'd be surprised.
table-wise,
Why would you want to do that when there's still 7 wickets remaining?
table-wise, it doesn't really matter one way or the other, does it? A bit of pride, perhaps, to get off the bottom.
Well, they don't even need to accelerate because they've been playing it well over 4 and over anyway, so they could just carry on as they are, and they're still going to have plenty of game time left if the plan is to try and do this by batting once. As George Hill steps away to leg and cuts that.
I suppose weather comes into
third
it.
man. Yeah, maybe.
But as I said, if they don't win the game, what does it matter, really? Pride will come into it, won't it?
Carlson wide on the crease, and he missed this one, which does turn slightly back in towards him. Kieran Carlson seemed quite confident. Nobody else really backed him with the appeal.
More than hope.
There was a bit of turn though, but looks like it's missing leg stump. Here he is again, wide on the crease, and an offering of a bit of turn as Hill punches out into the offside, and that completes over number 71. So 7 remain on the opening day. Yorkshire 305 for 3. And it's very warm, isn't it, out in the back corridor? You forget how warm it is out there. You just think, oh, the sun's out, but it's not too bad.
Beautiful evening.
We're blessed with a bit of aircon in here, but as soon as you walk out the back of the box, it definitely hits you.
If you walk back to your hotel, jump in the tap for a quick swim.
I can assure you I'm not walking back to my hotel.
It's a beautiful walk. Oh, and of course you're not in the one across the road.
No. No, I'd be fine with that walk, but to circumnavigate Cardiff to get here. So change of bowling.
Gorvin's coming back, and he hasn't bowled a lot today. Just the 5 overs, and picked as a 4th seamer. Here he comes in. He should be quite fresh, and he bowls the first ball, which is driven backward of square, and it's a tumbling stop there, and there's no run.
Can he go big now? I think that's the question. He's ticked the 100 for Yorkshire box. Next one to answer is, can he make it into a big one?
Round the wicket comes Gorvin, bowls, and this is pushed away to mid-on. There's no run.
He did get a double, didn't he, last year for Derbyshire?
He was in fine form for Derbyshire last year. Why did he leave, I wonder? I suppose the lure. First division cricket.
Who wouldn't want to come to Yorkshire to play for nothing, Ed, if they were asked?
No, I suppose so.
Just the joy of playing for the Broadacres.
Certainly missed him at Derby this year. They haven't won a game, have they?
No.
Where were Yorkshire before they were deducted points in the table? I can't really remember. Was it 6th, 7th?
Yeah.
So they haven't had a particularly successful season. Gorvin bowls, and this is driven, and it bisects mid-off and mid-on. That's going to run away for 4. Is it? No, it stopped just inside, and it'll be 2.
The lesser spotted straight drive today. Very few of those, apart from those that have been lofted. Yeah, I think I would counter what you've said. Yeah, it's not been a very successful season ultimately when you look at the table, but you'd have to also say that 3 of those matches certainly that were washed out, they were firm favourites
to win.
Yeah, so that makes quite a bit of difference, doesn't it?
Yeah. Gorvin bowls with another leg side and just trickles along right to first slip, and there's no run.
They'd be 48 points basically, because even if you got no bonus points, 3 16s for 3 wins. Somebody's putting the teeth back in.
6 overs left after this. People beginning to drift away as Gorvin comes in from the river end and bowls a full length ball which is driven back up to mid off. That is the end of another over. 307 for 3. Masood moved on to 103 and Hill is on 40.
Yep, just 6 to go. Gorvin is going at 5 and over precisely, 6 overs for 30. And Carlson 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 90. There's been, just going to check actually how many maidens there have actually been in the day. So what have we had? 72 overs, during which time there's only been 6 maidens, 5 of which have been bowled by Jamie McIlroy. And given that he's taken 2 for 41 from his 17, I think very much the pick.
Oh, without doubt.
Glamorgan bowlers.
It's, you know, I sympathise with Carlson, who's not a regular bowler, it must be said.
Here he is bowling to Hill, who dances down the pitch, and that ball was aerial for a moment on its way back to Carlson. Couldn't reel it in cleanly.
If you haven't heard, Ben Calloway had to go off with a concussion assessment, which we still don't know what's going to happen there. Possibly that he'll be out of the game and Glamorgan have to find a like-for-like replacement.
Carlson again drags one down the leg side. Hill misses out, or he'll feel he's missed out. Trying to play a sweep shot. And there's no run.
Don't know quite what the forecast is for the next 3 days. That may play a part in this game, who knows.
As Hill now drives down the ground back past Carlson. Picks up a single to long off. Ul Hassan I should say, doing the fielding. Just to say that for those who can't see the streaming pictures, George Hill earlier in the over when he drove one back at Kieran Carlson, it did bounce short of the Glamorgan skipper in trying to take a caught and bowled, so it wasn't a chance. Carlson then to Masood, who's on 103, floats one up, and Shan Masood pushes into the offside, and he wants a run again.
Not the greatest runner in the world, is he?
No. Well, I think you've got. There probably is. If they both go bang on the button there's probably a run. But because of the way Shan is, George has lost confidence in that, so he's not going to risk anything. He's not going to risk his wicket. Just for the sake of it, is he? As Shan Masood gets a delivery on leg stump, it's a poor ball by Carlson. He knows it, and he's been swept fine there by Masood for 4. 107 to him, 312 for 3.
A tired looking delivery, wasn't it, by Carlson, who was not used to bowling these overs, and he'll be glad to see the end of the day.
Yeah, I think you're right. Here he is again, bowling to Masood, who pushes up to deep mid-off. Billy Root will field, but they will get through for another one, taking Masood to 108, and at the end of the 73rd, 313 for 3 Yorkshire, having won the toss and decided to bat this morning. 5 overs remaining in the day.
The last game, of course, their best bowler, Tim van der Gooten, broke down after 7 overs on the opening day, so he was out of the game, and Glamorgan's only... Well, he's not a recognised spinner. Callaway's only played his 2nd game. Doesn't look too promising that he will return. So Glamorgan, beset by these injuries and non-signings, put it that way, have suffered. It will be Gorvin to continue, and he is bowling from the River Taff end and is bowling to Shan Masood. Bowls the first ball. It's clipped away down to fine leg. Might have just come off the pad, didn't sound batty. Let's see, yes, it's off the pads and it's a leg by. 313 for 3.
Shan Masood's having a stroll down the pitch here to have a word with George Hill.
Easy pace pitch. Ball not really coming on, but haven't seen any real swing or pace or deviation off the pitch. Gorvin over the wicket to the right-handed Hill. Oh, and he's nearly chipped it to short mid-wicket. It dropped just a little short, But he's going to get a couple of runs as that speared in at him. And a despairing dive there, but in the end it's perfectly safe. He moves on to 43. Two captains have a chat, Masood and Carlson, as in comes the next ball. Carlson, it's Sam Northeast now who's taken up a conversation with Masood. All very, not light-hearted, but friendly. End of season, having a chat with the opposition. Corvin turns, accelerates past the umpire and bowls, and played off the back foot by Hill up towards extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4. Short, outside the off stump, and really asking to be hit.
Yeah, nicely timed, wasn't it, really, by George Hill. Just got a little bit of room to work with, and he stroked it along the deck all the way.
Show the friendliness of this pitch when Hill, as it looks like, approaching 50, and follow Finlay Bean with 93, Masood with 100, Hill about to pass 50 as it's chipped away on the onside this time. He will get a single. It moves on to 48, and it really has been not a batting paradise, I suppose. 300 for 3, I suppose you can say.
Yeah, but I think you've got to bowl better than this, haven't you? You know, it's not a road, is it? It's a
bit on the slow side, it is, but
yeah.
It's, you know, it's should put it this way, you shouldn't get rolled over on it, unless you bat badly, of course. Corvin in, bowls to Masood, who clips this away down to fine leg for a single. Batsmen have got plenty of time to play their shots, haven't they, to adjust.
Yeah.
There's nothing sort of beating the bat and flying.
No, very placid in that respect.
Yeah. So we have 4 overs left of this contest. We will finish somewhere around 6:10, which is quite acceptable. Corvin 0 for 38 off 7. And it'll be Masood to receive. And it will be Carlson who will bowl.
Yeah, 19 overs, 1 for 96, Kieran Carlson. One of 3 bowlers going at more than 5 and over. And he comes in then, round the wicket to Masood, who cuts. Gets it away in front of square on the offside. Byram will come in and field. Another easy single. And there's just been a feeling largely that they've been able to score at will. With the exception perhaps of when Jamie McIlroy's been bowling. He's got through 17 overs today.
Yes, he'd bowl well.
Carlson to Hill, right-handed of course. He steps back and just nudges that into the leg side where it's fielded. Dot ball. 75th over of the day, of the match. Carlson in again. Hill keen to use his feet once more. Pushes it back at the bowler, who then fires it over the top to Chris Cook. Partnership for this 4th wicket so far worth 83, so another substantial one. Carlson in again, and Hill flicking off his legs this time. Colin Ingram in there at wide-ish mid-on. Because there's also a long-on who's straighter, Billy Root. And he might come into play here. No, he doesn't, because Carlson's delivery punched back in Root's direction was then apprehended on its way through by the bowler, Kieran Carlson.
No slips to talk of.
Nope.
Purely defensive.
Very much a defensive field, in outfield. Last ball of the over, Carlson into Hill, who drops it into the leg side. Masood is keen, and in the end, George Hill now apologising to his captain, saying that he probably should have set off a little bit earlier than he did. 49 now to George Hill. He'll keep the strike, 324 for 3. 3 overs left in the day.
Yes, and it'll be probably bowled by these two who have been bowling for the last 20 minutes. Carlson, valiant effort here by him. Once Keller went off, he must have looked round and he said, well, there's nobody else I can possibly bowl. Little meeting between a couple of them, Gorvin, Carlson, and I think that's James Harris at the far end. 3 overs to go, and he wants his fine leg. Is he going to bowl without a fine leg? No, never often see that, do you? You're not having a fine leg or a third man. Oh yes, fine leg is coming round now from mid-wicket.
Just getting a few fielders in George Hill's eye line, I guess, but he's been on 49 here.
Yeah, I think they've been there though since Harris was bowling. They had these 2 mid-ons.
Yeah, long leg has come back in, hasn't it now? Somebody's been shifted round and third man just missing.
Masood has just passed his bat to Sam Northeast. Northeast said, can I have a look at it? And held it. Corvin is in and bowls down the leg side. Valiant effort by Cook, but they'll come back for no, they won't come back for a second bye. They'll just take the first one.
It's a bye.
Yeah.
So George not quite ticking off the 50. Lily says good first century for Yorkshire skipper Shan Masood. Congratulations. Paul Woodhead says Bean and Lythe doing really well as a Yorkshire opening partnership. Hopefully they'll continue to deliver next year, providing a platform for Masood, Wharton and Hill to build on, get some big first innings scores and win some matches.
Corvin bowls, Masood is forward, plays up to mid-on. Since getting to his 100 he's been rather quiet, Masood. I thought he might have just motored on, but he's 110 not out.
Afternoon to you, or evening to you, Dean in Doncaster as well, enjoying the commentary. Hoping to make the most of the last couple of matches of the season, he says.
Yeah, put him on to now.
And in comes Gorvin, Masood pushing into the offside. He'll go on to Nelson with that single, 1-1-1, 326 for 3.
Glamorgan are increasing the rate at which they're hitting the stumps with these throws. They've had plenty of incentives to have a go, haven't they, in the field this afternoon?
Yeah, they've been given that chink of light on several occasions, haven't they, with some of the running. George Hill waits, Gorvin in, Hill just pushes one out into the offside, and with that George Hill is another half centurion for Yorkshire. It is his 6th of this first class season to go with 1 century, averaging over 30, and he takes his tally for the season in first class cricket to 550 runs exactly. Masood on strike, and he wants to take a 1 as well to mid-on, and they get through successfully once more to complete that 76th over of the day. 2 to come. Masood 112, George Hill 50, 328 for 3. 76 balls and 8 fours in George Hill's half century. He's played very well again today, been keen to use his feet.
Yeah, there's a Freudian slip from Dr. Hignell there, saying Hill's century initially.
Yeah.
Possibly that'll come true at some point tomorrow morning.
Maybe clairvoyant. Himself a few quid with spectators.
Carlson then from this Cathedral Road end is into bowl to Shan Masood. Bit of turn there. Play and miss for once. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come in a couple of minutes as Carlson is into bowl to Shan Masood, who's forward driving up to deepish mid-on, and there's no run. There's a single rather, comfortable single. Masood to 113, the total to 329 for 3, and well, these deep mid-on and mid-off not really doing a job at the moment because they're taking singles as Hill pushes one out on the leg side, thinks about a single, and there is no run. Carlson bowls, nudged away on the leg side by Hill. Again, some uncertainty over the running. This time they opt against. Carlson bowls. Hill drives towards long on, but there's a good scrambling stop, intercepted at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Glamorgan have now pushed those deep mid-on and deep mid-off close to long on and long off towards the boundary. As Carlson bowls, that's a full toss driven down the ground, and they'll go through. That reached the boundary, it disappeared out of my view there. 330 for 3 anyway. That was just a single. I thought the sudden outburst of applause must have indicated a boundary, but generous applause for a single. The stand moves to 90. George Hill has 51 of them. Shan Masood has 113. Carlson then, his century's up, I'm afraid, poor man. 101 wicket off 21 overs. Morgan's bowlers struggling badly today without their leader Tim van der Hocht. And Andrew Gorvin to start the final over of the day then, bowling to Hill. Plays it firmly to point, fielded by Root, and there is no run. So there's a man on the drive, a straight short mid-on. There's also a man at mid-wicket. .330 for 3. Gorvin into his 9th over. Can he make a much-needed breakthrough in this final over? Yorkshire 330 for 3 in the final over of the day. It has been very much the visitors' day. Their captain Shan Masood is on 113 not out, his first century for Yorkshire. Finlay Bean made 93. George Hill, a 22-year-old batter, is on 51 not out. Adam Lyth 49, and Glamorgan struggling to keep control. Jamie McIlroy with 2 wickets as the only man who's impeded Yorkshire's progress. Glamorgan also losing Ben Callaway with possible concussion, and it's Yorkshire's day at 330 for 3. Couple of dot balls. Edward and Jonathan can round things off.
So 3 balls remaining.
Yes, and Glamorgan's bowlers will be glad to get back into the dressing room, have a night's rest, get back refreshed for the morning. It's been hard work for them today on an unresponsive pitch. Gorvin comes in and bowls to Hill, and Hill drives. Thunderstorms forecast and a warning, gentlemen, for tonight. Listening to the weather forecast for Wales. Heavy showers tomorrow. What's the usual thing? You might catch one, you might not. Last ball of the day, and it's defended by Hill. No, I miscounted. There's one ball to go.
That's why it said 0.2 on the board over there. The lads next door.
Yeah. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. It's certainly been a long day for some of the lads out there in the field, hasn't it?
Yes.
One or two of the bowlers. Just the 3 wickets all day.
Gorvin bowls. And that is pushed out into the covers, and that is the end of the day. So here at Cardiff, Yorkshire will resume at 330 for 3. Shan Massoud is 113 not out, and George Hill is 51. There have been 2 wickets for Glamorgan's best bowler, Jamie McIlroy, 1 wicket for Carlson, and we hopefully, if we can dodge tomorrow's showers, we will be back and resume commentary at 10:30. From Jonathan Joyce, Nick Webb, myself, Edward Bevan, a very good night to you.